7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on YouTube at the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and we welcome you to participate by texting in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox, by calling in the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And then just opening up your YouTube app, typing in TMA STL, and then you gather with other friends of the feather in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And Doug, what are you going with for the lead? I'm going to give you a wide variety of choices, but maybe you don't need the choices. Maybe you just want to hit it, and you want to hit it hard. And if you do, I want to let you hit it.
Oh, well, I think Mizzou's probably still the lead.
Is Doug's mic on?
Where's my mic? Where's my mic?
Is Doug's mic on?
3, 2, 1.
And in
Don't try to silence me.
And Tim,
hold on. You think
I won't
Jackson
be
was
silenced.
No, why?
An angry true
like
son
that.
will not have a mic on this show.
So weird.
Tim, is this show being recorded, and we'll play it back later? So we'll just start over. Hey, Doug.
Hey, am I on yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Jackson's going to come across there.
All right.
I was about to say Jackson seemed really chipper today.
The chipper chicken.
And then we start with that. Now he's sideways.
All
It's
right.
over.
Okay. I was just saying, I think
I
Mizzou
don't
is
know
still
what
the
happened
lead.
to the mics on the weekend. It's wild.
It's usually a thing that there's also like a stain of barbecue sauce next to the button that got pushed. That tends to happen. You ever come into your desk at work, the old days at the Four Fox, and there's like broken chips on your keyboard? You're like, oh, I'm sorry. Did somebody use my computer and eat?
Or you come in and someone's sitting there with their feet up on the desk?
Yes. Sports office is always the lounge.
Yeah.
Doug, now that your mic is on,
I think the lead is Mizzou. How close they came to winning.
fight Tiger, beat Roll Tide.
Yeah.
Go Tiger, beat Roll Tide.
It doesn't
go
even
fight, win.
Doesn't
Roll
even feel
Tide.
like they played that well and still had a great chance to win it. And where's Hardy? Give the ball to Hardy. Let Hardy run. Let him lug the pig. You got maybe the best running back in the country. Gets 12 carries. Should have had twice that many. Pavula was off. Don't count on him to win the game. Give it to Hardy.
Martin, I was in Columbia, enjoyed the festivities, wonderful weekend, glorious weather, but I felt a responsibility to the fine listeners of this program and, of course, the dais to put myself through it and do a rewatch. And so here in my tiny little pincers, because I have like little T-Rex arms because I'm such a tiny...
It's hard to write, yeah.
I'm just a tiny boy. Just these, on the YouTube, copious notes. So to make sure, because if you just glance at the box score, even if you go through the play-by-play, because I saw Gabe, who will join us at 9 o'clock on the Stiefel dossier, wrote a column recapping essentially where Missouri could have run the football more, or you call it lug the pig?
Or tote the pig, yeah.
And the box score and the printout of play-by-play was actually wrong on one of the plays, one that bothered me maybe more than any other. And so I had to commit to rewatching it yesterday and writing what you described as copious notes. So I'm certainly ready to go on said topic. The Two Fox had coverage both in Columbia for Missouri and Alabama, and also in Champaign for Illinois, Ohio State. Martin, so what was your takeaway?
I thought on Saturday, it's coming down to Bobby Boots. You're going to have a kick to tie the game. I thought they were trending in that direction where Pavula would just get him in range, and maybe that poor kid's going to get trotted out. I don't know if you felt that way in the building. It's going to come down to a kick. And we've been saying, I don't know, you really don't want it to come down to your kicker. I'm concerned now they don't want to come down to your quarterback in the key moments of a big game. We didn't know a ton about Pavula. It's only his 6th college start. But, boy, he had some really bad moments. And throughout the game, I listened to a little bit on the radio, and Howard Richards would say, boy, Norfleet was open. A couple plays later, boy, Norfleet was open. And I don't know how you don't see that when he's the biggest guy on the field. And I think the inability to find the open receiver was a theme, clearly down to the final pick. It's not a tragedy for Mizzou. You still got a lot in front of you, but I'd be concerned.
It's a weird deal because a part of me feels better about their prospects going forward, but you have major questions at quarterback, and then you continue to have the situation at kicker. Because, speaking to what you just said, Martin, as they did convert on 4th and 6, Donovan Olugbade, who may have had in that fourth quarter the coming out party that the great James Carlton was talking about when he was down there doing his NIL stuff. He said, man, when I'm around some of these receivers and these coaches, they say Olugbade is the best they have seen, and he's a true freshman. Great to see him get him the ball 3 times in the fourth quarter. That as they were moving down the field, I was thinking to myself, they could have a 20-yard field goal, and I'm not sure Bobby Boots is going to be able to convert it. The field goal that he did convert, I think it may have been partially blocked.
It was. I was staring right in front of it.
It's and I was watching the Alabama defender come off the edge, and I'm like, was he offsides, or did he just get that great of a start? But either way, you have what you have in that particular spot. That's the kicker. We already knew that going in. Eli Drinkwitz, I guess, to his credit, spoke about how against South Carolina, he wasn't going to have Bobby Boots kick anything more than 40 yards. So he's been transparent with that issue. The Pribula thing, I wonder, because if we go back to following the Kansas game, number one, Pribula was great. It seems like a different time. And you know who was the second best player in the Kansas game? Anybody? The default click would be Ahmad Hardy.
Brett Norfleet?
No, it was Kevin Coleman. Kevin Coleman was non-existent. Now, I know he got banged up on a play, but I think he had 1 catch for 2 yards. And going back to watch the game, because I was in the stands on Saturday, and I also wanted to hear what the broadcasters were saying, because I know for 95% of our audience, if not higher, that is the lens through which they see the game, is what Joe Tessitore and Jesse Palmer are saying. Palmer kept making the observation that Missouri can't throw the ball downfield because they don't have an option downfield, and he kept hammering on where is Kevin Coleman, where is Kevin Coleman. And I don't know if Pribula is beat up. There was a rumor that he got hurt against Kansas. I was texting with Gabe yesterday to see if he had heard anything from a legitimate source, not from like social media. And he said nothing confirmed on that. I wonder on that because so many of his misses, as far as balls that were actually thrown, were high. But then, taking that out of the equation, even if he isn't healthy, how many times he missed open receivers, which speaks to what you just brought up, Martin. And the most egregious one, and this is one of those things that if you were at the game, you may not have seen it live. And if you were watching it and then you moved on with the rest of your day and started watching what was, from my standpoint, the signature game of the weekend, and that is Indiana going to Oregon and winning, or you watched Texas and Oklahoma, you just moved on. The ball that was intended for Donovan Olugbade that became the game-ending play on that interception, number one, there were 4 Alabama defenders around Olugbade. Number 2, Pribula, he acknowledged it himself. That was his first read. He did not look around. At the bottom of the screen, if you go back and look at it, Marquise Johnson is wide open, to the point that before Pribula even throws the football, Johnson is waving because he is so open, just like he was waving in the first quarter when there was another miscommunication in the Alabama secondary and he was sprinting down the field wide open. On that one, Pribula eventually saw him, but he missed him by so much that the ball went nearly to Missouri's bench. And I'm not talking about the players. I'm talking about the physical metal object.
And that would have been about a 40-yard gain, too.
He was wide open.
Yeah.
He just missed him that badly. In this case, he never looked at him. And Marquise Johnson, at the very least, gets a first down. I mean, that's not even up for debate. The question would be, there was one safety for Alabama back there who was about 15 yards away from Johnson. Otherwise, no one's around him. The question would become at that point, does Marquise Johnson get into the end zone? That was how egregious it was Furthermore, and this is now getting into a bigger picture conversation, Marquise Johnson, throughout the course of the game, in addition to some frustration shown by other players on Missouri, but specifically Marquise Johnson, is jumping up and down after he throws the interception, not because he's mad that he threw the interception, because he never looked at him, and then he's slamming his hands on the ground. The play before, which was a second down play, was thrown to Johnson, and Pribula overthrew that one. And then he overthrew him in the third quarter, or maybe it was earlier in the fourth quarter, that Johnson had to make a one-handed catch leaping, and he wound up picking a couple of yards up, but that was overthrown, and Jesse Palmer was raving about the catch, but how the ball was overthrown. And then in the first quarter, of course, we get into the wide-open 3rd and 4, and Pribula misses it. And I just have a tough time believing that he could throw the ball that well against Kansas, and now a month later, he just can't. They're not going to say if he's injured. They don't have an option because your true freshman is your backup. But taking the injury out of the equation, the fact that he doesn't go through progressions and he panicked like he panicked is the thing that is super concerning. But from a big picture perspective, if you have a receiver that demonstrative with his frustration, that makes me wonder if there is a bigger issue with the players being concerned that they don't have a great quarterback. Martin, we've talked about it before. Brady Cook, Luther Burden, and some of the feeling in the wide receiver room last year that they didn't necessarily have a quarterback that could make throws when they needed them to be made. More often than not, sure, he hit Burden in South Carolina, but otherwise, that was a point of contention. Now I wonder if they have that in 2025 with Pribula.
And you wonder with Kirby Moore, is the offense predicated on a short passing game, or is he doing what his players are capable of? In other words, you don't have a really good deep threat quarterback, therefore they call the games the way they do. But if you look at the talent, and Marquise Johnson, almost a forgotten guy on the team, and he's a potential stud. Kevin Coleman is a potential NFL player. Norfleet is a really good tight end. Hardy, you just start naming all these offensive players. That's
Alugbade, I think, is somebody to keep an eye on.
And all of them in the mix, really good weapons and a variety of weapons. But if you don't have the guy to get him the ball, and I want to go back, and we'll never know, but the fact that Drinkwitz apparently told some ESPN people or production that Sam Horn won the job, I just would love to know, and it doesn't do them any good to say it now, but did Horn win the job, and Drinkwitz never really said it to anyone except for maybe in a production meeting? And if so, why is that? Is it because Pribula wasn't great in camp? You don't get to watch camp. Gabe will tell you get 10 minutes, then they tell you to leave, so you have no clue what the coaches and the team is seeing in August. But I'm fascinated to go back and know if that's how it played out in camp, and then he gets injured right away, so it's a moot point. But maybe there was something to it.
Yeah, I was thinking on Saturday, tough day for Missouri, great day for the Warson Woods Wacko.
That's what most of America was thinking.
I did. Tessitore never brought it up, but I think the sideline reporter brought up, and this adds credibility to the Warson Woods Wacko's contention that Sam Horn was the guy.
Well, missing open receivers sometimes, that could just get down to Pribula's lack of experience. If he's only played 6 starts, certainly never had a game of this magnitude.
It was Ty Simpson's 6th start, too.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he's better.
All right, we'll wrap it up. We'll have
There's a social media clip.
That's usually the difference between the really good quarterbacks and the mediocre ones. Are you throwing to the right guy? Can you walk up to the line and see what defense the other team is in and know who's probably going to be open and put the ball there? That was, Tom Brady's secret forever. He didn't have the most physical talent of anybody else. He was middle of the pack guy physically, but he always threw to the right place. Kurt Warner had that knack too. And if you don't have that as a quarterback, you are going to struggle. Doesn't explain the terrible pass he made to Johnson there at the end of the first quarter that sailed 10 yards to the right. But a lot of times he's just throwing to the wrong guy.
Yeah.
And it could just be a lack of experience.
Your thoughts are welcome at 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. You're welcome to call it as well, 314-974-01 The Collier and Thompson phone lines. The program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen, the presenting sponsor of TMA now for a couple of years, and they just signed on into and through 2026. We are grateful for their support. We ask that you support the sponsors. And if you are in need of a personal injury attorney, you want somebody who is local, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment. And Brown and Crouppen is local. They have been in St. Louis since their founding in 1979. That's why you can hear Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman in studio on Tuesday, because they are here in St. Louis. After an accident, money can be tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. At Brown and Crouppen, you pay nothing up front. They don't get paid unless you get paid. When you are a Brown and Crouppen client, all your questions are answered for free. Get the facts from Brown and Crouppen. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertising. Past results, no guarantee of future results. In every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. A lot has transpired since we did the program on Friday. One big-time coach lost his job. Other coaches in the SEC now, I think, officially on notice. 2 games could feature major stock changes for coaches and possibly another coach losing his job in the SEC. That coming up. And then a variety of questions on strategy in the fourth quarter that has divided Missouri fans. In addition, Illinois and Ohio State, Brett Bielema with very blunt comments following that game. The Blues defeating the Calgary Flames in Alberta on Saturday. Chris Kerber is going to join us coming up at 8:15. Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, presented to you by James Carlton. There's your Stiefel dossier. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan here with you to talk about aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. And with the weather being really beautiful for about 95% of the days the last couple of months, if you have worked with Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build, you have enjoyed the outdoor living space they created for you. If you are thinking it is time for us to do that for our house, go to aestheticdesignandbuild.com and work with Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley where you can go and see exactly what they can do for your home, and that ranges from full-on custom decks to adding on a pergola or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. They truly are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions for you, your family, and your home. Call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. Missouri. Illinois. Penn State.
Well,
This is the in memoriam.
I don't feel that bad for James Franklin. He's going to get $49 million to get fired. That's what it says on his contract.
I keep hearing different numbers, 50, 56, and I thought, oh, who cares? It's insane. Aren't you, at this point, I know you're a competitor. Doug, you are Coach Franklin. What are your emotions this morning?
I'm going to get $49 million? Yes.
It's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. Second only to Jimbo Fisher getting $76 million from Texas A&M.
The AD calls. I got some bad news. We've decided to go in a new direction. Oh, okay.
He literally stood at the field following the loss to Northwestern and took it all in. There is a video of him standing there after the loss. Players are shaking hands, and he just stands there and looks around Beaver Stadium knowing that that was the end for him as the head coach at Penn State. That'll wrap it up. The early favorite for who replaces James Franklin at Penn State. Let's see if we have seen the same things. What do you guys got?
I have
I
not.
think this name will probably surprise you.
I would say not Signetti because of his age. And because
He certainly is getting mentioned, but there is one name. Jug, you got anything?
Can I have initials, please?
M.R.
Mike Rainey.
Former board operator at KFNS in 2002.
Right. He's going to get it? Good for him.
Wow. I hadn't seen him in a while. I wondered what he was doing.
I don't believe he's in the mix.
Okay. Matt Reichert. Second letter, first name, please.
A.
M.A. Matt. Matthew. Third letter, please.
T.
Matt. Is the fourth letter T?
It is.
Matt. Okay, that was easy. Okay, R, second letter.
H.
R. H.
Starting to sound familiar, Doug.
Matt Reinholder. Third letter, please.
U.
Okay, fourth letter, please.
L.
You're about
Matt Rule.
Yes.
See, that was
you
easy.
got it.
Very, very easy. You just got to work it out.
He is a Penn State guy. Mm-hmm. And even though he hasn't necessarily made magic at Nebraska, they are back in the top 25. And that is the guy that I don't know how much that would excite Penn State fans, but that is the guy at the top of the list. As far as reality, I think Signetti, name a job, who wouldn't want him after what he has done?
But would he move? He's got it going now. He might have the best team in the country.
And I'm telling you. And you got Mark Cuban playing a role in the NIL fund and other Indiana alums. Indiana did on Saturday what Missouri and Illinois had the opportunity to do, except Indiana went on the road and they did it to end the nation's longest home winning streak at 18 in Eugene. And you see what that does, because before that game, I think the majority of college football fans were looking at Indiana probably the same way they were looking at Missouri. Missouri's certainly not in the same class in the sense that Missouri didn't go to the college football playoff last year. But you go, okay, Indiana got there last year, but, they lost to Ohio State. It looked like Signetti was kind of trying to manage the margin of victory at the end of the game. They lost to Notre Dame. Same kind of deal there. They're not for real. And then you go and you beat, I don't know if you would call Oregon a blue blood, but over the last couple of decades, they've certainly been at the top year in and year out. And you win on the road there, and you do it in dominating fashion. You punch back. You deal with a questionable miss on a pass interference. You deal with a pick six, and you punch back, and you win in that fashion. And now Indiana is legit. Now Indiana is getting votes for number one in the country. And if Indiana were to win the national championship, now people wouldn't necessarily be surprised in the short term versus where the mindset was on Saturday going into that game. You have to beat one of the big boys when you get the opportunity. And Indiana did it. Missouri and Illinois, they did not. Brett Bielema was real blunt in his assessment following Jackson, the loss to Ohio State on Saturday. Final score, 34-16. Doug, they did not cover. I don't know how much your bankroll you put on that here as the Illinois head coach.
Much, yeah.
Play a team like that has so many weapons. I don't want to just, dismiss everything, right? Like, we played really, really bad, and to lose by that score and play as poorly as we did as the number one team, like, I'm not looking for anything other than, like, it shows that we can do this, right? Like, and but we can't give away freebies, and we gave away freebies, and that caused problems.
They had a number of issues, including the punter taking a low snap, and he caught the ball with his knee on the ground. So instead of a 40-yard punt, ball immediately goes to Ohio State at that point. They had a guy catch a big pass, except he'd gone out of bounds first, which you can't do. So that was rough.
Anyone else hear a phone ringing?
Yes. Martin, is your phone ringing?
I hear whistles.
I hear
No?
Someone, I hear it too.
I don't hear it.
To the audience, can you hear a phone
I thought Jackson
ringing?
loved my take, and he was pointing at me.
No, I was making sure that you weren't accidentally calling somebody.
I'm guilty of that in the past, but I would say
just to Robbie Avila during the game.
Yes. Call Coach Bielema right now. But what Indiana did is what Mizzou fans are just dying for. Win a big game. Go into a game where most of the country's like, yeah, you're a nice little program, but
7.5-point underdogs, Indiana.
And they did what Mizzou fans are just dying to do. And I agree, for Mizzou, it's all still in front of them. But it's so frustrating because if you're ever going to beat Alabama, this might have been the year to do it. And you didn't get it done. And I agree with Drinkwitz and Vahe Gregorian was asking the question. He was just sort of saying, assess where you are at this point. I don't think Vahe was trying to say, hey, Coach, good one. You came close. But I think Drinkwitz took it that way, like moral victory, which I agree with him.
Here is exactly that exchange between former Post-Dispatch writer, now Kansas City Star writer Vahe Gregorian, and Missouri's head coach.
Get corrected.
All right, hit the lever, please.
Heartbreaking disappointment. I mean, we didn't come here to play them close. We came here to win. Like, I'm not good with playing them close. It's bullcrap. We came here to win. We didn't get it done. So we're going to be disappointed, but we're going to learn our lessons and leave the event. We're not going to sit here and pout and make it more than it was. Learn the lesson, leave the event. We're disappointed. We had a good enough football team. We turned the ball over twice. We didn't get off the field on fourth downs and didn't stay on the field on third downs. Like, you're going to lose the game. So that's on me as a head football coach to get that stuff corrected. It's got to get corrected in practice. It's got to be executed better on Saturdays. And there's no feeling sorry for ourselves. No, man, we tried hard. That's a given.
Doug, so there is a lot of frustration from Missouri fans and, in general, observers of college football, not necessarily with frustration, but question as to how you had a guy in Ahmad Hardy only carry the ball, or as you call it, lug the pig, 12 times. And so, for the first time in a while, Eli Drinkwitz is starting to get some questions. And he will be going up against a guy in Hugh Freeze in Auburn this week. And by the way, Missouri listed as a 3-point underdog for that game. 6:45 start on the Plains. It's Jordan Hare, but if you go there, you have to say Jordan Hare.
Okay.
I like that. Where either, if Missouri loses, Drinkwitz's stock now, it's now dropping. This is college football. This is the way that it works. I don't necessarily think this is right, by the way, but this is the way that it works. And if Missouri wins, I think there is a chance that Hugh Freeze gets fired. Jackson, do you agree with that?
Yes.
That would be 4 straight losses.
Yeah.
They were leading Georgia 10-0 on Saturday, and yet for the second time in 3 games, they had some really odd officiating situations with SEC officials that got them.
Kirby Smart is like Edward Norton in Rounders.
Doug, Kirby Smart is like Edward Norton in Rounders.
Dealing from
That's what all of America was thinking.
Dealing from the bottom of the deck, you know?
Okay.
You're making reference to the fake timeout?
Yeah, what was that?
When Sean McDonough, and I think it was Greg McElroy, they couldn't believe what was happening. They're like, he's pretending like timeout. No, he's clapping. Like,
yes,
that's timeout, but no, he's clapping.
And I realize plenty of people probably didn't see it. I happened to be watching it live. Kirby Smart was panicking that Gunnar Stockton and the Georgia offense didn't have their play ready. Clock was running out, and he's running to the official signaling for timeout. Then they give it to him, but at that point, Georgia had gotten the snap off, and he was fine with it, so he claimed he was just clapping. And in a stunning development, the officials listened to him, and they gave him the timeout back, and they got to restart the play.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
It was unreal. This is the same team, Auburn, that got banged by Oklahoma on a play that should have been illegal and wound up being the difference in that football game. And so, as a Missouri fan and just an observer, again, of kind of how things work, you go, ooh, is the SEC going to take care of Auburn this coming Saturday because they got them yet again? My point being, either Drinkwitz's stock is going to drop more substantially than I think in any time in the last few years. And by a few years, I mean since the start of 2023. Or I think Hugh Freeze is going to lose his job Saturday night, Sunday morning. So you have that. And then running parallel to it, Jackson's favorite guy, who we just saw in Columbia a few weeks ago, Shane Beamer, goes to Oklahoma. And Oklahoma, 48 hours ago, was the darling, and then they go up against Texas. Jackson, did you talk about leaning into
this thing hard on Texas?
Texas was -1.5. I would imagine a large number of people who meet up with my guy at the Arnold Water Tower on Tuesdays. He's a junior at Fox, Doug.
Still a junior. Isn't he like 23?
Yeah, he's 23 now.
Okay.
We're on Oklahoma going, oh, my God, I can't believe Oklahoma's getting points. And then Oklahoma could have used 18 points because they lost by 17. John Mateer and the Sooners only able to get 6 points, and now they play South Carolina. So you either have Brent Venables going from potential SEC Coach of the Year in the mix with Lane Kiffin and Clark Lee and Eli Drinkwitz to potentially being on the firing line if they are not able to get past South Carolina on Saturday in Norman, Oklahoma. And then they are looking at Ole Miss, Tennessee, at Alabama, at home against Missouri, and at home against LSU. So you can see how that could get away from them really quickly. Or you got Jackson's guy, Shane Beamer, who now finds himself going from the top 10 to 3-3 and 1-3 in the SEC, with the only win against the only sure win, I think, in the conference this year, and that's Kentucky. Everybody else can beat you, Mississippi State and Arkansas included. And so then Shane Beamer could be in the mix because the heat is on him in Columbia, South Carolina. Now, localizing it to Drinkwitz, let's go through some of the moves that have people divided. And we'll, of course, talk about Ahmad Hardy in the 12 carries and Kirby Moore in the game plan offensively. Let's start with the fake punt. 4th and 4, Missouri in the fourth quarter. They fake it. Doug, did you like the fake punt decision?
I did. I liked it.
Martin?
I thought they ran to the wrong side of the field because they ran out of room. Had they run to the other side of the field, maybe he's got room to make a move to get away from that tackler, or at least to dive forward to get the first down. That was my only problem. They ran to the short side.
Martin?
100%. Had no problem with them going for it at that point. Wasn't a real creative play, and the short side of the field drives me crazy. Although, if you look at it, Mizzou had 7 people up front versus 5 for Alabama. So you should have been able to plow through there because you had enough. There was one guy who clearly missed his man. That was an issue. But no, I had no problem with them going for it. Didn't really love the call. Glad they went.
I actually said it. I had some Alabama fans around me, and they were so, number one, they were just whatever kind, not that they were problematic, but also like they were locked in. They knew their stuff. It was fun to listen to them. Sometimes you have, obviously a different situation, but that was great. And I said, they're going to fake this. He is in the mindset that you've got to take it. It's not going to be handed to you. And I love that mindset. I loved the fake call, but I know a lot of Missouri fans did not. I suppose what I would ask is, did you hate it in the moment, and are you saying you didn't like it because it didn't work? And I understand that, but you don't know the outcome until it's completed. So you have to, from my standpoint, if you're really going to fairly judge it in the moment before you know the outcome. Then the onside kick. After Alabama goes into the prevent defense, Prabula leads them down the field. Donovan Alugbade with the touchdown. Missouri with all 3 timeouts left. It's 27-24 with 1:40 remaining. You're going to have to stop them and not allow them a first down either way. Did you like the onside kick, or would you have liked them to kick it deep there?
I kind of liked it. I didn't like the way they kicked it. I didn't like the watermelon kick. I mean, we've been doing onside kicks the same way for about 100 years now, and it works sometimes. That watermelon kick just stayed right along the ground. It was an easy scoop up. But, I didn't have a problem. Anytime a team like that is doing everything they can to try to win a game aggressively, I'm usually okay with it. And I was okay with the onside kick.
Martin.
Yeah, I did not mind it at all. It was
we're on the same page.
Terrible kick, but with the 3 timeouts, even if you kick it down, either way, you're going to have to stop them. So give yourself a chance to maybe get lucky, get a lucky bounce. Wasn't much of a kick. Didn't mind it at all. I was Sean Weatherspoon on Twitter, former Mizzou quarterback, Mizzou linebacker. He was tweeting about some of the big moments there, and he was saying you got to kick it off there. Granted, defensive guy, but there was a great debate about what you do there. I had no problem with that.
Yeah, I liked it. Again, my reasoning being you have to take every opportunity that you can, especially considering the circumstances in general, with the fact that Missouri had a real situation and quarterback. You've got to do something to try to figure it out. And so I liked that they were all in trying to win the game. I would have been all over them if they hadn't done that. I liked the fake punt. I liked the onside kick. I think a number of people did not feel that way. But something that everyone is united on is the how can Ahmad Hardy only have 12 carries. And Gabe DeArmond went back and he went through, I think he went through the box score. I don't know if he rewatched it. We'll ask him. He'll be with us at 9 o'clock. Chris Kerber with us at 8:15. I put myself through it to rewatch it. I disagree with Gabe, and I do so respectfully. He's one of my favorite people in the world. I think there were a number of times where they could have run the football. He came away with one play, and that was after Connor Talty missed the field goal in the fourth quarter, and Missouri opens up that drive with having Prabula throw it. I have no idea. And LT Overton, who from my standpoint, next to Ty Simpson, was the player of the game. He dominated on the defensive line. Missouri takes over, and the first play, Prabula, who showed no indication of being able to throw the ball, is rolling out. Overton gets to him and sacks him. And so at that point now it's 2nd and 12, and you're already now playing from behind the sticks, and you got a real problem on your hands. But there were other opportunities throughout the course of that game where they were throwing on first down. There was a 3rd and 2 that they have the empty backfield. I could not believe that. I could not believe that they had an empty backfield. Hardy on the near side, if you're watching on television, lined up as a receiver. Again, another open receiver situation. For the life of me, I don't get that. I realize that the reason why Missouri, in part, didn't have Hardy carrying the ball as much is because Alabama dominated time of possession 38-33 to 22-27, and Alabama ran 75 plays to Missouri's 56. But just because of that, it does not explain away a player who, at the very least, is one of the best running backs in the country, only carrying it 12 times when you have a quarterback who's clearly struggling, one of your best wide receivers, if not your best wide receiver, banged up in Kevin Coleman, and now you are leaning on that quarterback and in first down situations, putting yourself in quite a spot by throwing it. I thought that was a major miss. I did not think there was a commitment to the run. They were averaging, and Hardy did average more than nearly 5 yards per carry, and to get away from that is indefensible.
I think they panicked. They got behind a little bit, and they thought, oh, my God, we got to get it all back right now. We got to throw. And they never, except for the last drive, I don't think they were ever in a position where they just had to start throwing the ball all the time.
Even in the last drive in the first half, they had timeouts, and they got away from it as well. And I don't know how that would be. That would be similarly to, I'd have a tough time putting my head on the pillow if I didn't try the fake punt in that situation, if I didn't go for the onside kick. The one that would bother me the most is if I go, man, I think we had some bullets left in the chamber and a real opportunity for the program to take a major step forward and, more importantly, in the short term, be undefeated in the SEC. And you got Ahmad Hardy the ball 12 times. That is the one that's going to stick with me.
Now, he left the field for a little while,
Yes.
not for long.
But
and
then
came
Roberts
back.
went off in that situation while Hardy was away. And then in that same drive, Martin, Hardy did carry the ball. That's when he fumbled out of bounds. And fortunately for Missouri, Missouri retained possession.
So even if they said, well, Hardy, you didn't know, but he was a little nicked up, whatever, then you'd still go to Roberts, who has proven to be a more than legit option. It was interesting because Drinkwitz was asked about the play calling, and in the first answer, he said something about, well, I'm the head coach. It's my responsibility. But then again, Lynn Worthy from the Post-Dispatch said something about Hardy not running the ball. He said, I don't know. But he said, but that's a fair question, and I need to look. I thought he answered it in an honest way without throwing any of his coaches under the bus, where he said, it's a totally fair question. I just need to look at it.
Wouldn't you have thought that would be the game plan going in?
Knowing Bama was
we've got this
susceptible
running
to the
back,
run.
and we're going to ride behind him to try to win this game.
Yes.
Instead of we're going to have Bo Perbula throw the ball at every possible chance he can.
I thought what they would do is hammer it with the run, which they did right out of the gate, and Hardy had a big pickup. I mean, that first drive, there's so many correlations to the LSU game 2 years ago, both with a missed opportunity and an 11 o'clock kick, and you sit there and go, what in the hell happened there, where you go from down the field easily in the first drive to then struggling the rest of the game. But to set up the play action by hammering them with both Hardy and Roberts, and instead they got away from it. And for the life of me, I don't get it. It's one thing if run defense is Alabama's strength. That's certainly not the case. And the numbers back that up, both going into the game and then what Missouri was able to do when running the football.
Alabama did one thing that I loved, and that's bring in Caden Proctor to run the ball, 6'7", 366-pound offensive lineman. That just makes all the sense in the world to me, to hand the ball to a guy like that to get 1 yard. 4th and 1.
Yeah, they've been doing that all year.
3rd and 1 at the goal line. How are you going to keep him from getting a yard or two?
Yep. Yeah, it's
the old refrigerator Perry thing. I just think that makes sense. Maybe that's a little exaggerated. You don't need to get someone quite that big, but just a big, beefy guy to try to get those inches down there at the goal line or on 4th down, and instead of your 190-pound running back. Not a huge factor in the game. I just liked it.
Yeah, it was fun to watch. It was, even though you're a Mizzou guy. I like that element. Ty Simpson, there's a Heisman candidate. Not only the 3 touchdown throws, but that 4th and 8 pass.
Unbelievable.
It was just
Beautiful.
a great pass. You had them at 3rd and 24, and I think more people were upset about the 3rd down play where they got an easy 16 as opposed to the 4th and 8 play where it was just a perfect pass down the sideline. That's the touchdown drive after the fake punt that puts them up by 10. If you get a stop there, and I appreciated them going for it on 4th and 8. Then I was shocked they punted late in the game because they were at the Mizzou 35. I get it. You're trying to pin them deep, force them to go the length of the field. I didn't get, so they were aggressive at times, but then when at the end of the game, when they punted the ball, I didn't get that.
I think Kalen DeBoer catches a lot of hell for the decision to punt there at the end. I'll be honest, watching the game in the stands before the 4th and 8, I just thought they were trying to draw them off sides. I never thought. I mean, it was all, and I watch, whether it be in the NFL or in college, there is a pattern of behavior that the quarterback conducts to try to draw teams off sides. And it's like they run up, then they start screaming, and then it becomes crystal clear they're not going to do it. And I always think it would be brilliant on the part of a head coach and an offensive coordinator to have them mimic that pattern of behavior and then actually snap it. And in the case of Alabama, when it got down to 3 seconds, I thought, okay, they're just going to accept delay a game and punt it. And instead, Ty Simpson, who is going to be in the mix for the Heisman Trophy, especially considering the opponents that Alabama has left and the talent of receivers that he has at his disposal, Ty Simpson snaps it, has time, rolls out to his left. Great coverage by Toriano Pride. That was not a coverage issue. Great coverage by Toriano Pride. And he hits the true freshman, Lottie Brooks, who winds up becoming Alabama's leading receiver for that game. Ryan Williams did not have a catch Missouri kept Ryan Williams from having a catch.
One target.
I mean, it was just incredible. But Ty Simpson making that throw, sometimes you got to tip your cap. I think, Doug, you say that they are also on a scholarship.
Hell, he's on scholarship, too.
That's what it is that you say.
I might have threatened to rip the scholarship away from Zion Young after that penalty in the first quarter. That drove me crazy.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Momentum
Score a
shifter.
touchdown, you stop him on a couple of plays. It looks like they're going to have to punt. The stadium's going nuts, and he doesn't have the maturity to avoid getting in somebody's face and start screaming at him.
Couldn't agree with you more. Couldn't agree with you more.
Man, that was a big moment.
Diego Pavia, a guy who's masterful with not turning the ball over, had 2 bad turnovers last week against Alabama that I'm sure Vanderbilt fans are kicking themselves over. But the first one was the one that probably didn't get as much attention. They're about to go up 2 scores on Alabama in Tuscaloosa, and he carries the ball loosely and fumbles it inside the red zone. And you go, man, that's a self-inflicted wound. What does it do if Alabama's down 2 scores?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what happens there if Alabama's at 3rd and 15? That building was going absolutely bad. It's the loudest I've ever heard for a field, next to John McAfee's return kick to open up against number 1 Oklahoma in 2010. Throughout the game, the crowd was phenomenal. And then you have that, and they get the first down, and it was absolutely inexcusable.
Yeah.
Self-inflicted wounds. Those are the things that make it tough to sleep.
And something else that bothers me, I don't want the defensive lineman to wear the same number as the quarterback. Don't we have enough numbers to go around? Babula's 9, Young is 9. Get them different numbers.
Why is Bo playing defense, Doug?
I don't know.
Why is Zion Young throwing interceptions?
Why is that okay in college? You got 99 choices for numbers, and you can't give different players different numbers? What's up with that?
Well,
why is it okay to have players on the same team wearing the same number? How hard is that to figure out? Give them another number. Make them 99 instead of 9.
I'll tell you.
Well, it was a big factor.
I do think for Mizzou, start winning, beat A&M. Are any of these SEC teams unbeatable?
Doesn't
and I
seem
think
like
the
it.
answer is no. So no. So if you're Mizzou, it is still in front of you. Do I have confidence they're going to win the big games? No. Why would you? But it sucks for Illinois. Everybody's like, oh, they're done. They lost to Ohio State, number 1 in the country, and they lost to Indiana, who is now one of the best teams in the country, number 3 in the rankings. And Illinois, it's basically, you're done.
Yeah, I think that they can get in. I do, but it would be really surprising. The issue for Illinois is, yes, in the standings they have 2 losses, but because of the way they were beaten by Indiana, it's almost like 2.5. That was my contention with Missouri last year, that because they looked like they didn't belong against A&M or Alabama, that it didn't matter if they would have beaten South Carolina. I do not think that they were getting in. So from that standpoint, the fact that it's 27-24 as opposed to what Illinois dealt with in Bloomington or what Missouri dealt with in College Station or Tuscaloosa last year, Missouri is truly sitting there at 1 loss. And if anything, they only dropped 2 spots in the rankings. Again, these rankings are absurd, but they're still number 16 in the country and will have opportunities. It's just none of the games remaining have the cachet that beating Alabama would have. So, for example, on the other side of if Indiana would have been number 1 in the country, it wouldn't have been the same kind of win for Illinois because Indiana isn't viewed like an Ohio State or Oregon is. That's the reality of it. That's kind of your initiation process. And Indiana is now made in college football because they went to Autzen and they won. Even if Missouri beats Texas A&M, and if Texas A&M's number 1, and that's possible, it would be surprising in part because of the teams ahead of them. But A&M does have some challenges in front of them. They have LSU coming up that it wouldn't have the same cachet that beating Alabama in that spot would have.
If Mizzou can go 5-1 in their last 6, I think that would probably get them in. They'd probably be on the bubble for the playoffs, but I think that would probably get them in.
I think
10-2.
I think if you look at schedules in the SEC, and I realize, I mean, most people have lives and hobbies and families and jobs, but I don't. I don't have anything.
You don't have any of that?
So all I do is I look at schedules.
You're a schedule reader?
I don't. I've hired these people to make it look like I have a family.
Okay.
I actually pay 101 ESPN to be here. So I have nothing, and all I do is look at schedules.
Okay.
And it's almost impossible when you look at the schedule. these teams are just going to start picking up losses because they all play each other. I mean, and we're halfway through the season. And we have 2 SEC teams, right, with no losses? A&M and Ole Miss.
And Ole Miss barely, right?
Ole Miss against Washington State.
Right. I think you want Alabama to just win out. If you're Mizzou, you want them to
get
start
another shot at
people.
them in Atlanta, if anything. That's what you would want, and I think you'd feel good about it. I don't think Missouri feels like they played a good game, and I can tell you Alabama doesn't feel like they played a good game. Ty Simpson talked after the game like they lost. That these teams are going to rack up losses. It's a whole new world in college football and for these fan bases, and that is why I'm saying coaches who you never would have thought would get fired, as was the case. I mean, James Franklin 15 days ago had Penn State leading Oregon as the number 1 team in the country, and now he's out of a job.
You see his record at Penn State against AP top 10 teams is 4-21. And against Big Ten teams that are ranked in the top 10, he's 1-18.
Yeah.
Talk about can't win the big one.
So with that all said, there are going to be teams racking up losses, and that opportunity will be there. So Missouri does control its destiny in this case, whereas after the A&M game, I thought to myself, that's going to be a tough one to overcome. And then they had Brady Cook not being fully healthy when they went into Alabama last year, and then he got hurt, and Drew Pine came in, and that was the end of it. That was the end as far as the college football playoff goes. That's still out there, but nothing about a close loss to Alabama and having that opportunity changes the fact that you've got concern at quarterback, in addition to the concern you already had at kicker. And what I think stands out again is the visible frustration that Marquise Johnson was showing, because to me, that's kind of like when Yadier Molina was posting on Instagram shade at Mike Matheny. I thought, if Molina's willing to do that on Instagram, that speaks to a bigger problem in the clubhouse. If you have a wide receiver who has been with the program since 2023 and never pulled any of that kind of stuff before, and he's showing that much frustration, and he did it multiple times throughout the game, it makes me wonder what the confidence level is for the wide receiving core, especially after Prbula failing in key situations that he did on Saturday. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. Chris Kerber going to join us coming up at 8:15 as the Blues get their first win of the year. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
I love the fact that off-air Jackson and Doug were arguing about numbers for college football. Why are they all wearing the same number? I agree with that, and what you need is a little break. How about going to Scotland next summer? Make your plans now to see spectacular Scotland. My wife even texted, why would they wear the same number? She needs to go to Scotland. Good news is we're going June 15th next summer. Spectacular Scotland, all put together by Colette. And the thing about Colette, they've been doing this for more than a century. They handle all the details, flights, meals, hotels, local experiences. All you have to do is sit back and enjoy the trip. Go to the historic capital of Edinburgh. You'll see the famous castles, the Victorian city of Glasgow. Also checking out the Orkney Islands, a cruise on the lovely Loch Ness, see the landscape of the Highlands. You've seen all the videos over the years. Scotland, beautiful countryside. You're going to check it all out on this trip next summer, going for 9 days. Colette handles all the details. Don't miss out. Join me by calling our friends at Altair Travel. That's 314-968-9600. 314-968-9600. Also go to 101ESPN.com to learn more about it. It's going to be a great trip to Scotland next summer. Find out more at Altair. 314-968-9600.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues will take on the Canucks this evening. You can catch the game right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pre-game, 5:30, puck drop at 6:30. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It is the Morning After, 101 ESPN. The program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the presentation, which welcomes you to participate by texting in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text line. And you can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Coming up in 15 minutes, Chris Kerber going to join us up early in the morning in Vancouver, British Columbia, Doug, where it just turned 6 a.m.
Yeah, well.
As the Blues get their first win. Having to come back to do so. No goals through the first 4 periods of the year. And then here comes the note. And Jakey, how do you do with a key response for the Blues? Joel Hofer, and the Blues get their first win on Saturday in Calgary.
My takeaway from that game is, boy, those white uniforms look good.
That's
Man,
a
they look
sharp look, isn't it?
Really is.
We loved them when they came out. They look even better on the ice.
Yeah. Both uniforms look good, home and away. But that was one of the first times I've ever seen a white uniform and say, wow, does that look good? And it does. It looks great. That was more important than winning the game for me.
The uniform.
Really?
Yeah.
So Kerber with us coming up here in just 13 minutes on the program. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. We solicit your involvement. A huge number of people out of the gate, and that's what a big weekend in college football does. And so people are in there in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and it looks like there's arguments going on.
Oh, no.
Chairman Kurt, have you been monitoring this? I have not been in there. What's going on? What are they arguing about?
Yeah, I had an eye on it for a minute.
Good Lord, lots of BS in the chat today. That's from Jock Horror. Jock Horror. Horror.
Unfamiliar with his work.
Lady or gentleman of the night.
There was somebody calling somebody a soy boy.
Jackson just
that
nods.
There's a commercial during the Mizzou broadcast where it says, brought to you by soy. The game is brought to you by soy. And it turns out it's Big Soy because we're a great soybean state.
Right.
But the game is brought to you by soy. How was the atmosphere, fellas? You guys were there.
Oh, glorious. It was wonderful.
I was sitting in the Alabama fan section.
No way.
I was in hell. I was in absolute hell.
Why did Mark get you tickets there?
Did you wear red?
No,
son of a
so there's
so-and-so.
usually like the long strip of road fans for any team on any game that sits on the east side of the stadium, which would be the opposing bench towards the south end zone. That's where the usual strip is. But because it's Alabama, they have a big alumni association. They also had the northwest portion right by the construction.
Got it. Okay.
And that's where I was.
I was on the southwest, so I didn't even know that section existed
so
because I'm towards the south end zone.
Right. I looked actually towards where I guess you were sitting to see if they also had that one. Clearly not. I was sitting there with all the shakers and the...
Doug, they don't call them pom-poms, they call them shakers.
Shit, I
had
don't care for
one
that.
behind me as well.
Yeah, and the interesting interpretation of the English language that they use.
What are they saying?
Well, it's not necessarily what they say, it's how they say it.
Oh, my goodness,
Let's
Doug.
just know I was in
look forward to
hell.
Jackson's Twitter apology today.
Just know I was in hell.
Were you prepared to turn around if that last drive had come down to a field goal?
I had moved down a little bit towards like the stairs by the concourse, better view, and there was an open kind of area of bleacher. Mm-hmm. It was a great atmosphere, but I was just, I was sitting with...
What did these people say to you that upset you so?
When Marvin Burks made what I think is the best play of the season for the secondary and got kicked out of the game.
So the targeting play was the best play of the season for the secondary.
Boy, he drilled that guy.
I thought it was a clean hit.
Yeah.
And I might have said something about Sankey needing to take care of the red and white. And a fan in front of me was a little perturbed by that.
Oh, no. You started being a Batty Rooster? Were you about to go?
No, I wasn't going to go.
Did he say anything about your pretty mouth?
No, I didn't have to squeal. There's no oinking or squealing. But I was just in hell.
Wow.
Alabama had two players leave the game with...
Well, that player that got hit with the targeting came back.
Yeah. But they had two guys helped off the field
Yeah.
with head injuries after
Yeah.
they really got blown
Well,
up.
I think we have a clear understanding now of how and why Alabama had the issues they had in Tallahassee to start the season. And that is once Jam Miller, who is one of the players who was taken off the field you're making reference to, Doug, once he was out of the game with about 10 minutes left, their running game was non-existent. It's not like it was dominant before, but he certainly was damn good. And once he was out of the game, it also impacted pass protection. The first play after the fake punt fails, the building's atmosphere was gone. I think everybody thought the game is over. And sure enough, Missouri on the very next play gets the sack, and the building goes bat crap. And one of the reasons why Missouri got the sack is Damon Wilson was just able to blow right past the right tackle, who looked behind him thinking there was going to be some help from a running back, and nobody was there. Jam Miller had exited the game, and whether it be Riley or Hill for Alabama, they weren't there. And that just shows the drop-off as well. So it's not just about running and catching the ball. It's also about pass blocking, and Miller was great at that in addition. So you had that going on. I wound up sitting next to, and I don't know if he's been texting in, a TMA listener. A bunch of TMA listeners wound up being exactly who I was sitting next to. Doug brought both my 8-year-old son and my 3-year-old son, my wife, and in a stunning development, my 3-year-old grades out at an A+ for his conduct during the game. I could not believe it. It was not something that I expected, and he was outstanding. He wore a Missouri jersey to the game. We got home from St. Louis, or back to St. Louis. He refused to take the Missouri jersey off.
Oh, really?
And then tomorrow or yesterday morning when he woke up, he wanted a different Missouri jersey on and wanted to know when the next game was.
Oh.
And so he was wearing a Missouri jersey all day yesterday. I'll be anxious to see if he's wearing another one today. We might have a true son situation.
That's what happened. They get hooked. They go there, and the atmosphere is so overwhelming and fascinating, they get hooked.
Will you be moving to Old Hawthorne? Stat.
How does your wife behave? Because she's been known to throw bricks at TVs when things go wrong.
I believe it was like a lip balm that went through the television when Winnipeg tied things up with
Right.
1.6. She was good. She was good.
Okay, she didn't throw anything.
No, Jackson, I'm curious on this. I've been very open with how strangely upset I was 2 years ago when they lost to LSU. That I actually excused myself from said family and went upstairs. We weren't in Columbia for that. I was at home. I didn't have that reaction watching the game live. Once Alabama went up 14-7, and I'm curious for people in the audience as well, I never thought Missouri was going to win that game. Against LSU, that particular day, and I want to emphasize that particular day, Missouri was the better team. I know they wound up losing by 10. One was a pick six at the end, but they did it to themselves. I never thought that Missouri was going to win that game. Never, truly never. This is just how I feel. I thought Missouri was going to beat LSU. And I think maybe there are two big parts of it. Number one, they had no threat at quarterback, and you kind of knew it. And that is Missouri, of course, not the Heisman Trophy candidate Ty Simpson. And then also the second quarter was so tilted in Alabama's favor. There were 4 plays that could have / should have been Missouri turnovers in the second quarter alone, and somehow they escaped only down 17-10 at the half, that I'm thinking they're probably going to lose this by something between 14 and 24 points. But it didn't happen that way. I'm talking about 2 fumbles that Missouri recovered, or in the case of Hardy's, it went out of bounds. An interception that Alabama had, and the corner dropped. And one that stands out to me even more so is when Prabula dropped back and corner blitz comes in from the strip sack, and he just misses it, and Prabula spins out and winds up picking up that probably is 6 points. At the very least, it's Alabama recovering deep in Missouri territory, just like Missouri did when Simpson fumbled on the first play from scrimmage in the second half. So in my mind, I'm going, they're fortunate to be here. I would draw a parallel to this. When Missouri was playing Kansas and Missouri was playing South Carolina, I was thinking to myself, Missouri's clearly the better team, but they could lose this game, and that would be super frustrating. I think for Alabama fans, if they would have wound up losing that game, they would have gone, how the hell did we lose that game? But yet, strangely, I don't know if anybody saw this, Bill Connolly, who writes for ESPN, had game outcome expectation that is dictated just by box score. And if that game is played 100 times, Missouri wins it 72 times based on his SP+. It's just that doesn't match up with what I thought I saw. But that was the response. How did you see it?
I'm unfortunately cursed with unbridled optimism.
Really?
Even in the darkest of times, I feel like there's some. Going into the second half, I was like, all right, they got I don't know how they're going to get a stop here, but if they can somehow get a stop, maybe they're still in the game. And then they get the fumble and score immediately, and you're like, oh. And then at that point, that did nothing good for me because I was fully bought into. I think that this team will win, even down to the end.
Missouri would win.
Yes.
Okay.
When Donovan Olubade caught the ball on that final drive right before the pick to end the game, I thought, here we go. I said, well, either our boy Bobby Boots is going to get the biggest opportunity of his life, or they're going to somehow just score right here, and this place is going to go nuts.
I feel like they could have won. I don't think they should have won.
I agree.
I think they had a chance to win, but you don't walk away saying, oh, we totally blew it. That game was ours to win. I don't feel that way after watching it.
Right. I agree.
Doug, how'd you feel?
Well, yeah, same way. And even though Drinkwitz says we don't care about moral victories, and, you have to say that as a coach, in a big sense, it really was. It really showed that they can play with Alabama on any given day. They could have beaten them if another play had gone their way. They didn't drop very far in the rankings. Everything that they are playing for is still out there in front of them. If they can just get hot, they can still win this baby, that kind of thing. But I think in the big picture, it was an enormous moral victory because you didn't get blown out. It did look like you belonged on the same field as one of the premier teams in the country. So I think despite the loss, it was still, big picture, an okay day for Mizzou.
Gabe DeArmond will join us coming up at 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton. Chris Kerber is joining us coming up in the next segment on the program, and you can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where it is heated today, youtube.com/TMA STL. Subscribe to the TMA STL channel, and all the fun and games are always there for you. Plus, you can go back and watch the program there. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it, and we still have a wonderful forecast in the St. Louis area, even though we are now in mid-October. Highs tomorrow, 81, Wednesday, 80, Thursday, 81, Friday, 81, and sunny. Beautiful conditions in the St. Louis area. Go outside and enjoy it with a Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. The sponsor of our YouTube chat here on TMA. Chris Kerber joining us in the next segment. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, it's the month of October. You know the weather's starting to turn. It's going to get cooler. You're turning that furnace on. The question I have for you is, have you had it maintained? Have you had Classic Air Care out to the house to make sure that it's ready to go, that it's blowing the right temperature from the unit so when the air actually gets out to the vent somewhere in your house, at the furthest point from the unit, is it blowing the right temperature? Things along those kind of lines are signs of whether or not your unit is working properly, and Classic Air Care can make sure it does. And the best way to save money is to make sure that you get it maintained so you avoid catastrophic problems to your furnace. So get online at classicaircare.com. They've got specials, they've got deals, they've got the ability for you to join and get a maintenance plan, which is going to give you prioritization when it comes to scheduling as well. And by the way, they've got over 100 trucks on the road. They can get to people within 24 hours, and their customer service is off the charts. That's why they have a 4.8 Google rating, and you can check out all those reviews when you log on to classicaircare.com. Just click on the stars at the top of the page, and you can read as many reviews as you want from people like your own neighbors that know the quality of service they get from Classic Air Care. Make sure you get it done. Make sure you get yourself ready for the winter, and make sure you help save yourself some money by not having to purchase a full unit, by having the unit maintained. It's Classic Air Care, making people comfortable since 1926.
Welcome back. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN, the show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. You can watch it and talk it over with other TMA listeners in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. It has been college football intensive here for the first hour and 15 minutes of the program. And now we get a chance to talk it over regarding the Blues win on Saturday over the Calgary Flames. 4-2, Jake Neighbors scoring twice as the Blues come back to beat the Flames. Plus, you got a hell of a performance from Joel Hofer as well. And joining us right now at 8:15 approximately, as he does every Monday here on the program. Up early in the morning in British Columbia, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Kerber with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
Wonderful. How was the sushi last night? I heard you and Joey talking about getting it on the Curbside podcast when I was listening today.
It was good. It's fresh. It's fantastic. There's so many great food places to eat up here in Vancouver. It's a good foodie trip if you like that. From a great steakhouse in Calgary to all the options, it's pretty doggone good. Actually had some last night with Scott Rovac, our team photographer that's on the road with us.
Oh, yeah, Scott Rovac.
What a treat.
That thing on Saturday, as I heard you guys breaking that down, after you're going through a scoreless first period, you're going, oh, my goodness. I mean, this is now you're 4 straight periods and thinking, what's going to happen here with this? And then Jake Neighbors and the Blues get things going, all while Joel Hofer is back there and performing savior work in the net for the Blues. Take me through your perspective of what you saw getting things going for the Blues in that second period.
I think you got the feeling after the first period that okay, now you've gone 4 periods to start the year without a goal, and you kind of got the feeling you saw a little bit of maybe some individualistic play of guys trying to almost do too much, if that makes sense, try too hard. And then, you know, when Jake got that goal to tie it up, it was like the air got let out of the balloon and this team got ready to go. And then they really got flying. And so it was a needed goal by Jake. And then they rolled. But in that second period, up until that point, man, Joel Hofer was just absolutely outstanding. I mean, the way he played, he was moving post to post. Calgary had some great scoring chances. Now, in the end, when you look at a bunch of the, breakdowns of slot chances and slot shots and all these little things that do add up to giving you a better chance to win, the Blues ended up really dominating some of those areas. So things like the transition game that Jim Montgomery talked about before the game, he really liked actually the transition game in the home opener and liked it again against Calgary and things along those kind of lines. So it was a good one. And I talked to one of the players after the game, and he just said, we needed that first goal just to spark us, and that made a difference.
The schedule seems condensed this year with the 3 weeks off they're going to get in February. So do you think that means Hofer might play a little bit more than he did last year?
Yeah, yes, he will play a little bit more than he did last year if everybody's healthy. I don't think it'll be a 50-50 split, Doug, but I do expect him to play a little bit more just because, one, the schedule is going to dictate it, and you don't want to totally burn out Jordan. But number two, he's a good backup. I talked to Doug Armstrong, and Doug really feels that he's got what he considers to be a top 5 tandem in the National Hockey League. And so when you have that, you use it. And there's a good amount of people, some different scouts I've talked to, and a couple others that really believe that the Blues may have the best tandem in the NHL. So that's a positive sign and quite a luxury for him.
Maybe one of the developments out of camp, it seemed like there was a lot of talk Schenn could be the third-line center, maybe Suter'd move up, and now it seems pretty clear they want Schenn, Holloway, Kyrou together, and nothing's in stone. I understand they move guys around all the time, but I feel like the Suter talk it shifted maybe late in camp that would be Schenn's job.
I just think that when you look at the matchups, Martin, that the certainty and the familiarity of Schenn between Kyrou and Holloway, I really got the feeling that that familiarity is going to help this team defensively. And you look at the first 4 games of the year, primarily even just the first 3. You've got Minnesota, you had Calgary, and then obviously you have Vancouver. These are 3 opponents that were right about the same point standings-wise that the Blues were last year. Those were the Blues included are the 4 teams that were, battling for those same playoff spots. And I just think that from a defensive standpoint, a familiarity standpoint, it was important to keep them together there and go. And actually what we've seen is twice now we've seen, Jake Neighbors elevated during the game. So I think just having somebody there like Braden Schenn, that's solid in that spot, was important. But I think it's also, you had to give Suter some opportunity in games to get familiar with those guys because they are going to be interchangeable at some point in time. But again, at the same time, I thought Braden Schenn played so well there throughout last year. I'm not sure he did anything to not secure that spot coming in.
I think one thing we have to mention about Saturday is how great those uniforms look. Is it me or those white jerseys about the best-looking white jerseys the Blues have ever had?
Well, they're pretty darn close, if not. I do. I think they look awesome. And, sitting there looking down on them from the press box there at the Saddle Dome is awesome. And, again, talking to other people, you see some other broadcasters, you'll see scouts, you'll see some hockey management people, and a lot of people are saying the same thing about them. Those things really pop. So, and it's even fun on social media to see, some of the national people just kind of jump on board with them. They do look good. They're so clean. And you know what? As a broadcaster, I'll tell you something. I'm thankful that when the Blues use different jerseys, right? Like whether they do a third jersey, the reverse retro jersey, the Winter Classic jerseys, right? All of them. They make sure that the numbers are clean and easy to read. Like we've done a game in Tampa where they brought like their reverse retro jersey out and they had like charcoal numbers on a black jersey, which I didn't think made any sense at all. Like just darn near impossible to read the numbers, which is kind of important in the to be able to see what player might have the puck, that kind of thing. So, those things are pretty much on fire. They're pretty hot looking.
2 games into handling the TV chores now as well. How's that going for you? You comfortable with that?
Yeah, I think it's gone. I think it's gone really well. We've had some unique start times and ceremonies with home openers. We've got another one today. It's a holiday today up here in Canada. It's the Canadian Thanksgiving. well, I guess up here they just call it Thanksgiving, but so we can differentiate it, we'll call it Canadian Thanksgiving. And I think it's going well. I think there's some learning curves. We're working hard for the radio listener as well. There's so much work being done behind the scenes, and Alex Ferrario and Grant Francis and Jordan Deacon have been fantastic getting some of those things ironed out. So, yeah, I've been pretty exciting, and it's been fun. You'll love this part. Now, you guys are used to it with Joey, right?
Yeah.
I'm used to it with Joey, where sometimes, he could just take a direction of something and you never know where it may end up. We had a goaltender in the last game from Gilroy, California. So I look it up and I find out that it's from just south of San Jose. Well, it turns out that Gilroy, California is also known for its, the biggest garlic festival in the world. And Joey's mom sometimes had gone out to that thing. So he starts telling that story. And in my ear, our producer, Tim Paps, all you hear is this, uh-oh. He found a moment. There was a lull. There was an icing in the game, and Joe found a moment to start talking about garlic and all the different uses for it. So I think it's gone well. It's comfortable, and been a lot of fun for everybody.
I said this on Friday. I was a little worried. Would Joey be buttoned up now? No. Thursday night, Thigh Master talk, Suzanne Summers reference there. I believe that might have been an uh-oh moment as well.
The Thigh Master?
Yes.
Yeah, I was a big fan of the Thigh Master reset.
Yeah, you know what he brought up? He goes, God, what the name of that thing? And neither one of us could come up with the Thigh Master. And I know I'm thinking Suzanne Summers, but for whatever reason, I couldn't get Goldie Hawn out of my head. So I'm like, I just fumbled that one on him. I wasn't a great help, but no, listen, and I hope, and he will. Listen, he's just got to be himself, and that is what makes it a fun listen. It's what makes it a fun watch. We know when the game is the game. We know that when moments are coming and how you got to handle that stuff. At the same time, to have some lightheartedness and to really, truly let him be him. It's what's made him great on the radio, and I think it's what's going to make him a great and entertaining analyst to listen to and watch on TV, too.
You'll get a chance to enjoy more tonight. Blues and Canucks. You'll be able to catch it on 101 ESPN, and, of course, on FanDuel Sports Midwest. And then the Blues come home and get the Blackhawks on Wednesday, Stars on Saturday night. Quite a schedule here for the Blues. Good tests and good entertainment early on in the season. Kerbs, always appreciate the time on Mondays. Thank you so much. Enjoy the festivities tonight in Vancouver.
All right, guys. Have a great week. We'll see you when we get back home.
Thank you.
All right, Chris.
That's Chris Kerber with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. We've been observing that the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is intense today. A lot of people in there. It's what a big weekend will do. And the bastard James Hahn has given us a synopsis, Doug. Tim, here is a summary of the YouTube chat discussion.
Okay.
Mizzou nationalists and Mizzou haters are going at it, leading to neckbeard on neckbeard hate. Jackson, describe...
It's a battle as old as time.
Is that right?
Mizzou nationalist versus Mizzou hater. Yeah, I've seen it happen.
And then that leads to people growing neckbeards?
Well, I think they just naturally show up, Whenever where there's smoke, there's fire.
Really?
Papers, I had a little suggestion for you. Next time you're stuck at a Mizzou game and you're in the opposing fan base section...
Yeah.
Just put on, can you pack a little hard helmet, go into that construction zone and just pretend like you're working up there and get yourself a nice open area?
Yeah, that
maybe
would've been
bring
nice.
a ladder.
That'd been nice.
Just
more
walk
room
right
for,
into that.
More room for me to stew.
You can get a lot done with a ladder, though. Everyone's going to think, oh, this guy's working. Stand back.
What
Let him go.
about my mild fear of heights?
Well, you don't have to get up on the ladder. Just
Fair.
carry the ladder, and that'll get you into this opening there on the north end zone.
Yeah, good point.
Morrison Woods Wacko has officially issued a statement regarding Sam Horn. I told you, idiots. Sam Horn was the guy. He got hurt. Otherwise, we are 6-0, and Marquise Johnson's still a Tiger next year. So he's already predicting that he's heading out. I will let everybody know what's going on in the room Thursday, and I will die down on the plains next week to hold Drink accountable. Bet the house on Mizzou getting 2.5. That's from the Morrison Woods Wacko. So he is adamant that Sam Horn was going to be the starting quarterback, that Marquise Johnson, we call him Speedy Keys, Jackson?
Yeah, Speedy Keys.
Would not be. He's already got him transferring, I guess.
He's a junior, so.
And then he's also saying he's going to hold Drink accountable. But he says to bet the house on Missouri down on the Plains on Saturday night. That is a 6:45 kickoff. I told you they are not happy. We've got a lot of they're not happy coming up. I mean, a lot of they're not happy.
Just across the country.
Just across
they're
the
just
country.
not happy.
They're not happy. They're not happy in baseball either. They're not happy in the NFL. Got guys fighting after the Lions and Chiefs last night. We've got it all. We've got the Colonel at 9 o'clock. Then we've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 10:45. Email in to compete against the great Shooter McGavin with a dominant October so far, already with 4 wins. But Burning, Drip, Mushroom Tip, Kevin Miller, Brian Hengen, and Buck Swope all have wins as well. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. I went to DesignAirService.com and booked our furnace tune-up, and it took me, I would say no more than 2 minutes to have Seth Goldcamp's staff come on out to our house and tune up the furnace for the cold weather months. You can do the same thing. It's super easy, and then you have peace of mind going into the fall and winter in St. Louis. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest-running sponsor on TMA going back a decade. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. I've got him coming to my house here in a couple of weeks for a furnace tune-up, and I recommend you do the same thing. Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email of the day. They are not happy, and we have all kinds of sound proving it coming up next here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Flooring's been family and locally owned going back 3 decades, and they are here to serve you at Michael's Flooring. Matter of fact, you can get a free sample, 3 free samples from Proximity Mills just by going online to the Michael's Flooring website, which is igotfloored.com. Michael personally takes pride in helping and making sure that his employees are happy and making a great living, and that's why he offers carpet installers $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in this industry. If you are interested in being part of Michael's team as a carpet installer, go to igotfloored.com. Michael's Flooring has 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area: Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. There's a reason that Michael's Flooring has continued to grow throughout the last 31 years. Employees love working for Michael's. They feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the products as they know they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. It's Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com. Jackson, what do we have here?
I'm upset by Drake.
Is this you projecting through song?
Well, I think I am upset, but there's a lot of people who are upset.
Doug, they are not happy.
Who's not happy?
Where?
Boy, take your pick, Martin. A wide variety of choices. And Jackson Burkett has it for us here on the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and that TMA STL YouTube channel. Jackson, it's a smorgasbord. I think you wear the C on your sweater in this segment and guide us through.
All right, let's. I want to start with the Lane train.
Not happy with the attendance from the student section against the Washington State Cougars, who played a non-con, but they're not really in a con game, against Ole Miss on Saturday morning, and nearly sprung an upset on the previously undefeated Ole Miss Hottie Toddies. Ole Miss escapes to remain undefeated, but Lane not happy with the students.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
We survived, so, maybe you guys have heard me talk about reserved judgment of what's bad and good, and maybe we'll look back and say this was good to have, this game to wake us up and stop, reading where we're ranked and those things, because, like I said, just on the radio, like, we're ranked 4. We looked about the 84th team in the country throughout that game, so quit reading the rat poison and make plays. Don't get a penalty by hitting a quarterback in the head when we're off the field, and finish drives. We're a morning practice format team that should equate to playing well in the morning, used to, but didn't feel like that. I thought our red zone offense showed up about like our student section did today. Very similar.
Wow, I had to wait for it.
66,000 there.
They were not happy with the students, Doug. They didn't want any part of the 11 o'clock start for Hottie Toddy. All right, who else is not happy, Jackson? You have a lot of choices.
Who else isn't happy? Oh, man. Hugh Freeze isn't happy.
Yeah, I kind of understand. I have to be honest with you. A variety of different calls on Saturday night went against Auburn. He's two missed calls away from being 5-1 and a top 15 team at worst. I mean, hell, Notre Dame's got 2 losses and they're in the top 15. Here is the Auburn coach, who Missouri may be able to put an end to his run on the Plains on Saturday night. On the other hand, he can certainly diminish Eli Drinkwitz's reputation by beating the Tigers of Missouri Saturday night. Here's Hugh Freeze.
I think it's very clear that we find ways to not win football games, and that's what has to change. And that locker room is a good enough football team to play with anyone and to win games. Creating that mentality that believes you're going to, and finding ways to do it, and to do your assignment when it's called on in critical moments, like you did the entire first half, is things that we've got to get corrected if we want to experience the joy of winning these close, tough SEC football games. And that's really the way I see it.
Okay, kind of sounds defeated.
Yeah.
Sounds like a guy coaching for his job next week.
Oklahoma, A&M, and now Georgia. All games they legitimately could have won, 2 of which had major officiating issues. And so Hugh Freeze is trying to avoid a 4-game losing streak. I'm telling you, this is because teams play such great teams week in and week out, and now some teams that used to be considered jokes are capable of beating teams. College coaches are going to be getting whacked left. And I mean, it's already happened, but it's going to continue.
And they may not care if their buyout is high enough.
If their buyout is $50+ million like James Franklin. Sharon in Clayton says she is happy. Jackson, I'm very happy. The Scrubs lost, and they're whining because the Brewers raised the L in their celebratory team photo. Conveniently, Scrubs forgot that back in May, the Brewers lost to the Cubs, and they chirped them by tweeting, "This is our crew," which is the Brewers' official hashtag. They don't understand how chirping works. That's Sharon in Clayton, and she's happy that the Cubs have been vanquished.
She's a pretty good chirper herself. I did like that when the Brewers raised the L. That was funny. That was nice.
Brewers able to bring in the Miz the other night. He was able to shove. Gave up a home run, first batter, and then shut him down. It's nice to have a rookie that can come in and just throw 100 miles an hour.
Yeah. When you watch these playoff teams, it seems they've all got 4 or 5 relievers still at 100 miles. Where are the Cardinals relievers like that?
When they made that run in 2013, they were all kids, but you had Rosenthal and you had Martinez, and they were these young guys that were coming out of the pen. They were just throwing smoke.
Mariners and Blue Jays this afternoon. That is a 4 o'clock start. And then game 1 of the Dodgers and Brewers in Milwaukee. That gets underway at 7:08.
I mean, 3 of the 4 options. If the Brewers win the World Series, that's historic for them. If the Mariners win, it's historic. For the Blue Jays, it's been a long time. The Dodgers the only one that's kind of the outlier that's always in it. And I think the Dodgers have reached the Cardinals stage from about 10 years ago where the country, aren't you just sick of the Dodgers? Cardinals were always in the NLCS. You got tired of them. Dodgers, though, 6-0 against the Brewers this season.
Yeah, I don't think the Brewers have got the pitching to deal with the Dodgers. I agree with what Matt Holliday said last week, that the Phillies, maybe, they had a chance to beat the Dodgers. I don't know that anybody else is going to be able to.
Ban Sharon, that text was dumb and irrelevant. Thanks. And while we're at it, hashtag free perk. That's from Brian Henshin. Doug, beware the Colts.
Colts look pretty good.
Why is he so
Very
salty?
good.
His Colts are good. He's salty because he's not covering the Colts.
Probably still in the high school beat.
Williams' hands were shaking.
Mr. Licks, with regard to the Warson Woods Wacko, telling us that he is going to bet the house on Missouri plus 2.5 against Auburn this week, and that what took place Saturday is further proof that Sam Bourne was going to be the starting quarterback. Mr. Lick says you cannot bet the house, Wacko, because you're upside down on your mortgage already when you had to cash out refi to build an addition to move into while your wife's boyfriend moved into the master bedroom. That's from Mr. Licks. So he had to do a cash out refi to build an addition for his room because his wife's boyfriend moved into the master bedroom?
So now he's got 2 mortgages. And he's got to sleep outside?
Was there a question in there?
Yeah,
what the hell are we doing?
Sorry.
I wouldn't have applied for the loan in the first place. Maybe sleep in the basement. I'm not going to take more money out of the equity you've got in the home and build a place to sleep outside.
Doug is really workshopping this text. And Mr. Licks is riding high because he bet papers over here that Mizzou would not win another game.
Yep.
He's riding high. 6 games left.
Well, he got the first L
Yeah, I
that
guess,
he needed.
yeah, you
He's
gotta-
raising the L.
All right, percentage Missouri beats Auburn, Jackson.
65%.
Ooh. All right. Very confident player. They are, for the record, 3-point underdogs. Missouri beats Vanderbilt.
It's going to be at Vandy, so I'll give it 60%.
All right. Percent they beat A&M after the bye week.
35%.
All right. Then we have, what do we got after
Mississippi
that?
State.
Mississippi State, 70%.
And well, your percentages
Oklahoma.
are really interesting.
After that.
Oklahoma?
There.
In Norman, there's so much that could happen with the Sooners between now and then. I'll say it's a coin flip.
50. And then Bobby Petrino.
That's a 80% play.
Okay, there it is. Jackson's plays are out there. Mr. Licks might as well just Venmo it over now.
I couldn't be more confident that they're going to win one more game. Yeah, I'm fine.
What if they don't? Do you owe him money?
$50.
Yikes.
Warson Woods Wacko has issued his response. I paid cash for the addition because I'm successful.
Okay. So there was an addition, definitely.
Ruined me.
And it did cost him some money, and now he's got to sleep outdoors.
But he paid cash for it, so he's not financing it.
All right.
Tim, there is an emerging team in Texas Tech.
Yes!
Who the best team money can buy, but they like to throw tortillas. So one of our great sports producers at the 2 Fox, Roman Duenas, went to Texas Tech. So last night I said, what's the deal with the tortillas? He said, well, you throw them out there for the kickoff. And I said, but do they sell? He goes, no, students, you just bring them in. And
BYOT.
Bring your own tortillas.
Can you throw a tortilla all the way out onto the field?
I think you have to throw like a disc.
It'll sail like a frisbee?
Sure, in the right wind.
Apparently, it's become such a thing now. It's getting Joey McGuire keeps getting asked about it. And then he and Lance, is it Leipold?
Yeah, they got into it. Right, the handshake
Game, yes. And basically, Joey McGuire said, what the F you want me to do about it? It's basically his response.
We have some audio here. Take a listen.
Lance Leipold here.
Yes, they were penalized a couple of times for objects on the field over his head. Do you feel like that was handled
very poorly? Our conference office and Scott Draper and them were very poor at handling it. They said was one of the officials almost got hit and tried to throw a flag and it got picked up, so that was disappointing. We have a policy put in that wasn't followed through, so I was very disappointed on how that was. It's obviously they have a great crowd. They really get into it and do some things, but I know the officials were just as frustrated after the one penalty was picked up by whatever they call the rock, wherever that is, where it sits. I mean, say what it is. I mean, a pocket knife was thrown out and hit one of our staff members. So, I mean, and I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's supposed to be for safety and things like that, and it's a culture that's been accepted to a point, and it hasn't changed, and eventually somebody's going to be seriously hurt, unfortunately.
A pocket knife was thrown.
Yeah. What he said was there was a pocket knife thrown. Yeah. A little hard to hear. I'm not picking on you, Peyton.
Sure, no,
never.
I think if you're caught throwing something on the field, I think you get bounced from the stadium.
Absolutely.
And if you got season tickets, you lost them. They're gone.
Agreed.
Who throws a pocket?
Do you think the knife part was out?
Probably not.
Nail file?
Gosh, I hope not.
Can opener was out?
If the
like
knife
a West
is
Side
out,
Story battle.
if the knife is out, you could be
Street fight.
facing charges for attempted murder.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That is
certainly
terrible.
assault.
You shouldn't be throwing anything, but he's basically saying it's just allowed because it's a thing here. But it's a slippery slope, Doug. Once you throw the tortilla, next thing you know,
right? You don't know what's coming up.
Utensils.
We've had guys in baseball going way back where they threw batteries at people and coins, and that's too much. That's way too much. Can't do that. Can't do it. A tortilla wouldn't ever hurt anybody. A knife? Yeah, sure, of course.
Tim, they weren't happy at Arrowhead at the way the game ended.
No, they weren't. A little scrap breaking out following the festivities. And Dan Campbell apologized.
I love this.
How about that? Dan Campbell apologizing for what took place at the handshakes. Juju Smith-Schuster just flat out attacked.
He really was.
I love Brian Branch, but what he did is inexcusable, and it's not going to be accepted here. It's not what we do. It's not what we're about. I apologize to Coach Reed and the Chiefs, and and shoot. That's not okay. That's not what we do here, and it's not going to be okay. He knows it. Our team knows it, and so that's not what we do.
I love that.
Yeah.
Mahomes tried to high-five Branch as they're walking off the field, and Branch refused to high-five him. So I guess Juju Smith-Schuster stepped in and said, "What are you doing, Branch?" And that's when Branch
kind of whacked him across the face.
Yeah.
Yes, and Schuster kind of maybe he got caught off guard, but he looked like he had been knocked out in a heavyweight fight.
They kind of surprised him.
He landed like a sack of potatoes.
I think we got to teach these kids about the Woody Hayes move. That slap across the face isn't going to do its thing.
It's a simple thumb thrust underneath the helmet, right in the Adam's apple. That's where you hit a guy.
You can talk it over and decide whether or not you want to fight somebody in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's where it's been going on throughout the morning. YouTube.com/TMASTL. That's presented to you by Michelob Ultra. Then you can text into the program and discuss whether or not you want to fight one of us, or all of us for that matter. 314-399-9646. And email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. The Colonel, Gabe DeArmond, is going to join us coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. The 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark Hanna is online at evergreen-ws.com, and he is somebody that I recommend wholeheartedly. Jackson, what's your slogan for Mark Hanna?
How much do I like Mark Hanna? I work with him.
Oh, wow. Well, that is brilliant. It's like, remember Victor Kayem saying, "I like the company so much I bought it."
Yeah.
Might
Is that
be a
what
little
you're
before your
insinuating?
time.
You're gonna go to Las Vegas and buy out Mo Green? You're gonna go to Mark Hanna and buy him out?
Yeah.
314-889-0503. The importance of having a financial advisor cannot be overstated. For our younger listeners, it gives you a plan and something to focus on with your income and make sure that you are put in good position as you grow. And if you are older and you're sitting there going, man, I just don't know where I am, how close I am, what I need to be doing, somebody the caliber of Mark Hanna can truly help you out. 314-889-0503. Make that phone call and you'll feel better about your situation just by having made the phone call because you've taken that step. Or go online at evergreen-ws.com. That's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategy, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour, where Gabe DeArmond is going to join us here coming up on the other side of the break. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Together Credit Union always coming up with unique ideas that really celebrate the community. That includes the St. Louis Zoo debit card, and they like to share the information behind the idea as well. The St. Louis Zoo cares for about 12,000 animals that represents nearly 450 species. The zoo has a major impact on wildlife conservation, and so they put together the St. Louis Zoo debit card, exclusively offered at Together Credit Union. And the Zoo debit card means they're going to round up the change from your transactions. That money goes back to the St. Louis Zoo. Those donations help further the zoo's mission of animal care and management. And the Zoo debit card also gives you some special perks like zoo membership, including discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, and more. So if you sign up now, get that free Sea Lion plush toy as well. Get that card by opening an account online at togethercu.org/zoo, or just stop by. There are 14 Together Credit Union branches around town. Don't wait. Sign up today. Support the St. Louis Zoo. Visit togethercu.org for full terms and details. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action this evening, taking on the Vancouver Canucks in British Columbia. You can catch that game right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5:30, puck drop at 6:30. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Kalen DeBoer didn't know what hit him.
No. You hear that song? I'm surprised Alabama didn't just pack up and go home.
Jackson was sitting with the fan base of Alabama somehow.
Oh, my God. About 22 combined teeth in the row behind me.
No.
I'm just saying what I saw.
Whoa!
Saying that more gold chains than teeth.
Oh, you went to the lake?
Yeah, very similar vibes.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. James Carlton presents The Colonel every Monday and Friday here on the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And joining us right now, ladies and gentlemen, from Power Mizzou, his postgame show made my drive back from Columbia Saturday afternoon fly by. The Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond. Morning, Colonel.
What's going on, guys?
Well, there's a lot to talk about here on the program. Plenty of Missouri fans are disappointed, and then those who loathe Missouri are celebrating and trying to further irritate the Missouri fans. Doug, that's the state of the union here on TMA this morning. How are things going on the Power Mizzou message board?
Overall, not bad. I think with 36 hours to digest it, a lot of people are coming away from this saying, we played a C game and could have and maybe should have beat Alabama. That's not bad. Missed opportunity, definitely. I do think there are a couple of myths that, people make up their mind what happened, and it doesn't really matter what they are told afterwards. They've just decided this is the problem and this is who needs to pay for it. It is, in general, in football, the offensive coordinator, and I think that is what people believe here.
And one of the things that I think you're focused on, you and I were texting about it yesterday. You wrote a column specifically about it, is why Ahmad Hardy only wound up with 12 carries. And so you went through and broke down the opportunities there, and you did not come away with that conclusion that Missouri didn't run it enough, I guess, for lack of a better term, because the opportunities were not there, in part because of time of possession, and then also the offensive situations. So if you would, sir, elaborate on what you discovered.
Well, let's be clear. They didn't run it enough, but that wasn't because they just decided we're not going to run it. They had 32 plays in the first half, I believe, or close to that. It was something like a 21-11 run to pass split. So they ran the ball plenty in the first half. They came out, they get the immediate turnover. They run 3 straight times, score the touchdown. They are tied at 17. Everything is going the way they want it to. The rest of, from that point until Missouri got the ball with 3:15 down 10 points, I believe Missouri ran 8 plays. They simply never had the ball in the second half. Now, there was one drive when Alabama missed a field goal, and it was 20-17, and Missouri took over at the 31. They threw the ball, or wanted to throw the ball on first down, and got sacked. And that, to me, was the one series where you can say, look, the play calling really, really hurt. They were down 3 points with 9 minutes to go, and they threw 3 straight passes, or tried to throw 3 straight passes. Now, you can make an argument, 2nd and 12, what choice do you have? 3rd and 12, obviously you have to throw. But I would go back to that first down play call. But we've reached a point where people just treat this as you expect perfect. Like, if the offensive coordinator can't make a bad call the whole game without us saying he lost the game, then there's not an offensive coordinator in the country that should be fired. And I want to be clear. I'm not saying that Kirby Moore was perfect. I'm not saying he couldn't have been better. I'm just saying I believe an outsized portion of the blame has been placed on him.
I went back and I watched the game and I took all of these notes. I thought that there were multiple times. I was surprised that they went with the pass on first down, certainly the one that you're citing after the Connor Talty missed field goal. And then one I want to isolate in on, because I was reading your thread on Power Mizzou after you had gone through it, was the third down. And this was in the third quarter with 10:27 left. Missouri started off at their own 10. Hardy picked up 2 yards. Now at this point, he's at 10 carries for 46 yards, which, by the way, means he only ran the ball 2 times. The remaining 20.
He didn't have a carry in the last 13:55 of the game.
Yeah. Didn't have, how about that, Doug? Didn't have a carry in the last 13.
I don't like it.
And then 2 carries in the final 25 minutes. The next play is a screen to Marquise Johnson. He picks up 6. So that sets up 3rd and 2, Missouri at their own 18. Now, what stands out to me about that play, and I know we're ISOing in on here, and there were 55 plays run, but I want to ISO in on this one because they go with an empty backfield on 3rd and 2. Hardy's on the field. He's on the near sideline, lined up as a receiver. And then Prabula with a couple of guys who are, again, open. You have to go back and watch it to see it, but I mean, they're crystal clear. Coleman was open on and out big time on the far sideline, the Alabama sideline, and then Hardy shows frustration at the bottom of the screen, which we will get to with Marquise Johnson. And I was just really surprised not only by the choice to not have a running back in the backfield on 3rd and 2, to have Hardy lined up as a receiver in that spot, that they went to Norfleet, who was clearly covered, a good pass break up there by Alabama. And then again, it kind of speaks to a macro issue, which is Prabula not going through his progression. So the reason I ISO in on that, because I feel like that's a one play that speaks to a variety of issues. And then Missouri, it's incomplete. They punt it away. Your thoughts on that play, the formation, and execution?
Yeah, all fair, and I didn't get into that play because when I went back through play-by-play, like the play-by-play was messed up.
It was.
And it gave Marquise Johnson a first down on that, and it said the Norfleet throw was 1st and 10, and they punted on 2nd and 10. And I knew that wasn't right, but I didn't know exactly what the situation was. But I think what you're talking about highlights the issue here. We are blaming the play calling, and the answer – the argument is, well, you just should run the ball. And that is fair. 3rd and 2, absolutely, that team can run the ball, and I would not complain. At the same time, that play, the last play, there were open receivers. It's like when we talk about shot selection in basketball, or why can't you get a play, run a play? Well, the coach may run a play that gets them an open shot. He has done his job at that point. The receiver or the shooter has to make the shot. Kirby Moore had open receivers there. He had open receivers on the play you're talking about. He had open receivers on the last play of the game where Bo threw the interception. That is his job. He cannot go throw the football for the quarterback. And look, I think I understand quarterbacks always get too much credit and too much blame. But quite simply, that game was won and lost by quarterback play. Ty Simpson has been better at times this year. He was not perfect. But when his team had to have it, he was incredible. He made, on 4th and 7, Toriano Pride had good coverage. And he simply got beat by a perfect throw. We're talking about a few times where Bo Prabula had guys. And the way Cody Goodwin put it on our show, all you got to do is hit the easy button. All you got to do is make the easy throw to the guy that's uncovered, and he wasn't doing it. Now, look, I can't say whether that's because he didn't go through his reads, because he was panicked, because he was nervous, because he was hurt. I don't know the reason, obviously. And they're not going to tell us that. Like Eli Drinkwitz after the game all he was going to say was, this is my fault. And I respect him for it. He's not going to throw his players under the bus. Everybody that watched that game, including Bo Prabula, said afterwards, look, I wasn't good enough. That's where the game was decided.
There was that play late in the first quarter where Prabula rolled to the right and threw about a 40-yard pass. I think it was Johnson, might have been Coleman, who was wide open and missed by 10 yards. Made me think maybe there's something wrong with him physically. Do you think that might have been the case or no?
It is possible. Look, there were rumors. They're never going to tell us. I mean, we're going on 3 consecutive seasons of finding out after the season that a Missouri quarterback was hurt. So who knows? But that play, in the moment, it was. I kind of made a big deal out of it, and then I kind of forgot about it until almost the end of our post-game show. And, you know, I think one thing that we have gotten so used to watching Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes, they make that throw, right? Off platform, on the run. It's the new thing in college football, or in all of football, is the quarterbacks who can make that play. And I don't know whether it was health or not, but, I mean, Johnson was open. When Bo let the ball go, I thought this is a 50-yard gain. And like you said, it was not. It was 10 yards out of bounds. And is that health? Is that, hey, this is a college quarterback making the 6th start of his career, and that throw is a lot harder to make than we will give it credit for? Probably some combination of the two. But, yeah, that was a huge missed opportunity, no question.
I didn't mind the fake punt at all at that time, and Drinkwitz even said we had the right look. They were in return mode, and if you look at the tape, too, Mizzou had 7 guys blocking 5 for Alabama and still couldn't convert, something I think we all agreed on. We didn't like the play call, running short side of the field there. But in terms of, I didn't, and some people have texted in, that punt killed me. I can't believe they did that. I didn't think it was all that controversial, the fake punt.
I didn't mind it. The only reason I would mind that punt in most situations on that, I think if you're going to go for it, why don't you leave your offense on the field? However, on Saturday, Missouri's offense had not been doing anything. So they might have had a better opportunity to pick it up on 4th and 5 than with a little trickery than they would have just running a play. And look, Jamal Roberts has had a lot of 5-yard runs. He's broken a lot of tackles, and I know the fans are irate about the call, and I have seen so many replays of it, and I still have no idea if he got the first down or not, because what Missouri fans are not realizing is, yes, his left foot did not go out of bounds. The initial spot was wrong, but his right foot, his right toe tapped down out of bounds. There's not a single camera angle that will prove to you where the ball was when that happened. Whatever they called on the field was absolutely going to stand because there simply wasn't a way to reverse it.
Gabe DeArmond is our guest. He joins us every Monday and Friday at 9 o'clock here on TMA, presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James is online at carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800. He's my insurance agent and has been since 2019, and you will get 455-star reviews when you type him in a Google search. Jamie Rivers just made the switch 3 weeks ago, and James started saving him thousands of dollars a year. He's a longtime sponsor on Power Mizzou as well. James Carlton at the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800. Colonel, let's talk about the last play that mattered, Missouri's final play from scrimmage. I was not aware of this being at the game. I didn't see it. I just thought it was another seam route in which, like with Coleman, didn't turn around quickly. That there was another miss by Prabula, and that Missouri just blew it on that yet again. And then listening to your post-game show, I heard you and Cody and your listeners talking about how open Marquise Johnson was. And then going back to watch the game, it's startling because that was the second time Martin brought up and Doug brought up the Johnson being open in the first quarter on 3rd and 4, that Alabama's secondary had done what we worried Missouri's secondary would do, and that is just leave a wide receiver wide open. In this case, it was Johnson yet again, and Prabula just dials in and never even looks around. Johnson, at the very least, picks up a first down, and they are in field goal range. There is a chance, because the nearest Alabama defender was 15 yards away from him, and it's going to be one-on-one between him and the end zone, that he runs it in for one of the most dramatic plays in Missouri football history, and Prabula never looked his way. Before he even threw the ball, Johnson's arms are up in the air, and then he is clearly exasperated and shows it. There's that play, but then I also want to ask about how vocal Johnson was throughout the game with his frustration on the passes that were thrown high and or the ones that Pribula just missed receivers who were open, because Hardy displayed that on that 3rd and 2 play that Norfleet had broken up. I wonder about seeing Missouri receivers being that demonstrative with their frustration. Your thoughts on that final play?
Yeah, let's hit that part first. It's not ideal, but I also understand it. I mean, Marquise Johnson is standing there. Like I wrote a part of my 10 thoughts this morning was breaking this down, multiple screenshots, and like literally at the snap, the guy who should be defending Marquise Johnson turns his back to Johnson and heads to the middle of the field. I mean, there's nobody. So I do understand it. You know, if it becomes a common thing, if it carries over to practice in a relationship, it's a problem. If it's simply a guy being angry that he felt like he was going to go win the football game and didn't get a chance to do it, I understand it. You know, so that's all stuff that Eli Drinkwitz and Bo Pribula need to handle between yesterday and this Friday, and you have to trust them to do it. My initial reaction to that play was, why did he throw it to Alubade? Kevin Coleman was open. And I think Kevin Coleman was more open. I don't know if he was wide open. I don't know if it was an easy throw. The frustrating part is you said he never looked Johnson's way, and you're technically right. But, I mean, all 3 receivers were on the same side of the field. When he looks at Alubade, he should have seen Johnson.
Yeah.
Now, I will also say this. In getting the overhead camera angle on ESPN, there was a window to make that throw that he tried to make. It would have been a really good throw. I don't think it was any more difficult of a throw than the one he made to Brett Norfleet in the first quarter, or the one he made to Donovan Alubade earlier this year. I think it was against Kansas. I can't remember, but where Alubade made the great catch down on the 10. Like, Alabama did not defend that play well at all. They had 3 guys trailing Alubade and Coleman, and then they had a deep safety. And there was a window there. The throw was a combination of a little bit too high, and I don't know if Alubade didn't get his head around quickly enough or short-armed it a little bit because he probably was going to get blasted if he did catch the ball. It would have taken perfection to execute the throw he tried to make. It is possible. It didn't happen. Again, the easy play was Marquise Johnson. Absolute worst case scenario, he's out of bounds at the 35-yard line with 37 seconds to play. You've got, 4 or 5 more offensive snaps and then an attempt to send the game into overtime. So it kind of like the Kirby Moore thing. I am not defending Bo on this. I'm not saying Bo made the right play. He didn't. But in looking at it, it was a more makeable play than I initially thought.
Gabe, we were talking earlier about the ESPN announcers, the Sam Horn injury obviously made it clear Pribula's the guy, but it was the second or the third game where they kept saying, well, Sam Horn won the job, but Pribula is now the guy. That was said multiple times by these broadcasters, and only assumption would be that they heard that in production meetings or talking to Drinkwitz. But going back to the whole quarterback battle, it was sort of a mystery, right? When Pribula came here, we thought he's the guy. Drinkwitz says it's a competition. And I don't remember in camp, other than he said, we'll have a decision. Well, we'll see how it goes in the first game. There was never really anything declarative from Drinkwitz, was there, about the quarterback battle?
No, publicly it was, we're going to play them both and we'll see. But look, everything I heard from anybody during camp was Bo Pribula's been the better quarterback. I will be shocked if it's not his job. And then Bo started the first game. Like that, Eli Drinkwitz said it didn't matter, but it matters. The guy who played the first quarter at least had a 51-49 lead. And look, like you said, the announcers, I don't know, maybe Drinkwitz is telling them in production meetings on Friday afternoon, I wanted to start Sam Horn, but he got hurt. But, he didn't do it. And it goes against everything I've heard. So, and we're doing it. Somebody did say on our board, well, Sam Horn wins that game. Sam Horn's thrown 8 college footballs. It's legitimately the most ridiculous thing. Like, maybe he does, but I don't know. And other people said, well, Brady Cook wins that game every time. Well, Brady Cook lost that game to LSU and to Georgia twice. So, it all comes down to me, Missouri had the football with 48 seconds to go with a chance to win the game. And they didn't do it. So, all the coaching decisions, all the bad calls, everything before that is immaterial. The quarterback made a bad decision and a bad throw, and they got beat, and that's what it came down to.
Do you think that taunting penalty that Zion Young picked up was inconsequential, or did that have an impact on at least the first half?
Yeah, I don't want to say it was inconsequential because it would have put Alabama in 3rd and 15. That place was wild. Dalen Carnell had made 2 just back-to-back huge plays. That defense was amped up. If they punt the ball back to Missouri and Missouri gets the ball at its own, let's say 35, 40-yard line with a 7-0 lead with an offense that had just hummed down the field, yeah, it's possible the whole game's different, but this is what we do. You guys remember the A&M game last year that Missouri didn't even belong on the field, and everybody wanted to say, well, it was that penalty with 13 minutes left in the first quarter. I've got a hard time saying that. Could it have changed the entire game? Sure. We have absolutely no idea if it would have, but it's like the Horn per Beulah thing. Because you can't be proven wrong, it feels good to say, well, that call, let's be clear, I think it's a soft call, and I hate that they make it. But that rule. They're going to call that 100 times out of 100. That's Zion Young's fault, not the officials.
Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA 101 ESPN, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. Final line of questioning here. James Franklin whacked yesterday. I think there are a number of coaches, and I think it's just the nature of college football now with teams losing games that fan bases are surprised to see them losing. Certainly Northwestern and UCLA in 2025 are extreme examples of that, but I think you could have a number of guys in the SEC seeing their stocks trend down to the point that they get terminated. Missouri's going up against one of them this weekend. Eli Drinkwitz and these job openings. What are your thoughts on all that is going on with college football, the Penn State job, who knows what else is going to be opening up, and Drinkwitz?
He's going to be on every list. He will get a call from Penn State, may have already gotten a call from Penn State. If Billy Napier is fired, he will get a call from Florida. If Hugh Freeze is fired, he will get a call from Auburn. He will 100% be on every single list, and that's a testament to the job he has done here. Ultimately, this will not really be a financial thing. He's the 10th highest paid coach in college football. He's making $9.25 next year. If somebody comes in and says, we'll pay you $12, Missouri would find an extra $2.5 million, and they would pay him. So it won't be a financial decision. The only question that Eli Drinkwitz has to answer is quite simply this. Do I think I can win a national title at Missouri? And if not, do I think I can win one at this place that's offering me a job? If he leaves here, he will never say it out loud. But the tacit message is this coach does not think he can reach those heights at this place. That's really all there. And look, we don't know his thinking. He's not going to share it with us. It's not even worth my time to ask him about hey, your name's on lists. I know what he's going to say. He's going to ignore it. I'm coaching a football team. We're chasing a playoff. I don't even want to talk about that. That's what he should say, and so it's not worth me firing a bullet on that one. I'm not I don't really think he fits at Penn State. And we're having these conversations about him, about Lane Kiffin, about Kurt Cignetti. 10 years ago, Ole Miss, Missouri, and Indiana are worse jobs than Penn State, Florida, and Auburn. I don't think there's any question about it. Today, where you've already got it up and running, where you have the NIL money and the revenue share money flowing into your program, I'm not at all sure those are worse jobs to go. Penn State's a little bit different. Penn State's not exactly a rebuild. Penn State's just too awful. I don't know if I've ever seen 2 awful weeks get a guy fired, but that's what happened. But, do you want to go somewhere and have to start this process if not over, at least behind where you're at right now. If it was me, I wouldn't, but I'm not him.
There it is. Gabe DeArmond, PowerMizzou.com is where you can read them. And, of course, the post-game show, which will be a late-night affair this coming Saturday with Missouri and Auburn getting underway at 6:45. Colonel, always appreciate the time and the perspective. Thanks so much.
All right, thanks, guys.
There he is. That's Gabe DeArmond with us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You're welcome to give your thoughts on what he had to say in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, TMA STL YouTube channel, and by texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Or email in. Martin, you are a Design Air Heating and Cooling fan, as Doug and I are as well. Design Air Heating and Cooling, email the day, designairservice.com.
It's really the perfect combo. You have employees that are happy. You have customers that are happy. That means they've been doing it right for a long time, more than a century now. Design Air Heating and Cooling here in St. Louis. It's been really pleasant the last few weeks. It's going to stay pleasant for a little longer, but eventually winter is just around the corner. The best thing to do is get that tune-up ahead of time. Don't be surprised when it's freezing cold out and things act up with your furnace. Get that tune-up. Set up that appointment online, designerservice.com. Make the appointment and know when they come out to your home. They're just going to get things done right. No upselling. They don't do that. Seth Goldcamp, in fact, works with the team to make sure they understand what the mission is. And then they send them out. Doug's guys, Larry, is it?
Yeah, he's a Silver Fox.
Steve.
Steve.
Larry's the Silver Fox.
Okay, but now there's like a competition over there.
Yeah, the dashing Steve has been to my home a couple times.
We've started.
Highly regarded.
Wow, the Furnace Bachelor. Unfortunately, these guys are probably happily married. We've made this into a whole thing that it's not. The bottom line is they do a great job. You'll be pleased, and we love when you share those stories. So many folks have done that, written in, texted in after the fact, knowing that they had a great experience with Design Air Heating and Cooling, a company you can count on.
There it is. Design Air, send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Everyone outside the STL must feel so warm and happy since they went out there and did so crappy. But never fear, our boys in blue season is near. Let them dash up and down the ice and hit everyone up against the boards. We as Blues
Like this was being sung at 3 a.m.
Well, you remember the poem that was sent to us by a Blues fan last week?
Beautiful.
Rogers and the Hammertoe put it to music.
Oh, really?
Another parade down Market Street would be nice. That would make it twice. Go out there and give them
CMA 101 ESPN, the 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Joined by Chris Kerber and Gabe DeArmond earlier on the program. You can always go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast here on TMA and 101 ESPN. Schaefer Door is online at schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. And they set aside time windows on Monday morning for the garage doors that break over the weekend. When that garage door breaks, now you know where to go. Schaefer Door, schaeferdoor.com. 636-782-3608. That's going to get you the quickest response time, a number set up specifically for TMA listeners. They service all kinds of garage doors and also commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big doors, Schaefer's experienced in these types of jobs as well. It's Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company, longtime TMA sponsor. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer, online at schaeferdoor.com. The Jake Neighbors run on Saturday was extra special. He's in his hometown, but he's also been dealing with a friend who passed away. Martin, you were talking about this off air, but they talked about it on the
he said his best friend died recently. Remember early in camp he was out?
Yeah.
And they just said personal reasons, and you assume maybe a family member, a grandparent, or somebody passed away. They just said personal reasons. It turns out I don't know if it's been reported how, but it doesn't matter. He is best friend. And so now he goes back to his hometown of Calgary and scores the 2 goals. And then in the postgame, which the Blues put the video out, last year was Chaser's shoulder pads. Remember that they always have some bit of...
I think that's when Holloway wanted Bolduc to take his shirt off.
When he was getting the shoulder pads. But this year they're giving away Bernie Federko's stick from his 1,000th game.
Nice.
So they got Federko's stick, and Shen is in the locker room doing all this, and then goes over to Jake Neighbors and kind of pats him on the head and hugs him. And so it was clearly an emotional day for Jake Neighbors.
Jake Neighbors talking about going back to his hometown and having this kind of performance.
Yeah, first time I've scored here in the NHL, so it was pretty special. And, just special having my family and friends here and being able to perform for them, get a win in front of them is really nice.
Off the post.
Okay.
And then Monty even said he's a great kid. He lost a friend, a good friend. And Monty,
I have neighbors about losing his friend.
I'd love to hear it. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, everything I'm doing is for him. He's my best friend, and I know he was with me tonight, watching over me, and just continue to play with a heavy heart for him. And
I thought Monty almost got emotional. He said, just talking about how much he loves Neighbors.
Yeah.
And then he said this kid's going to have a letter on his sweater.
I heard that.
Whether it's a C or an A. Wow, well, Papers indicating.
Papers is on it.
Okay.
He was really tenacious. It's his hometown, and he's had a really good friend pass away, so it was an emotional moment for him, not just because it's his hometown, but, he's been dealing with a little bit of loss, and that's not easy. But he's a tremendous character kid, someone that I'm sure will wear a letter here one day.
He's only
sweater.
He's only 23. And is it possible this was his 5th year with the Blues? Way back in 21-22, he played in one game, but he was here, part of it.
Just carries himself like a veteran guy, pretty tight with Shen. And he doesn't even get talked about. It's Holloway this, Kyrou and Thomas. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden you got Neighbors just kind of hanging around, who's actually a pretty good NHL player. And I do think, not to always compare the Blues and the Cardinals, but it's amazing. And the Blues, for the most part, have picked in that kind of 20-ish range. It's amazing how many of their draft picks just come up and perform. And that's the lifeblood of a franchise in what's not a big market. Tim, do you have time for a little housekeeping?
I do. Doug, I know, does not.
Yeah,
Okay, well,
fresh out of time.
I would like to issue an apology.
Oh, my gosh.
And I may take some time away starting around 10 or 10:02, whatever. The Brewers swept the Dodgers 6-0. I read that stat wrong. So the Brewers won the season series over the Dodgers 6-0. I believe I said that.
You're going to take time away because
of that.
How much time does that require? Like
just about an hour a day.
Oh.
Okay, 10-ish.
Okay.
And to Packer fans who were irate with the 2 Fox yesterday, we got a lot of calls. A couple of emails because we weren't showing the Packers Bengals tilt in the afternoon. But the only issue, Doug, was it was a CBS game. So it was sort of hard for us to carry that game.
You're off the hook.
So then people kind of had fun with it. And then this will be an apology in advance, Tim. You know how you can kind of like preemptive. Somebody said, well, good. Then next Sunday, I'll expect to see the Fox broadcast of the Packers-Arizona game. Yeah, about that. We'll have the Dallas Commanders game instead. So this week, not our fault.
Well, you know, if you're that
Next
locked
week.
into a franchise,
Well, that's true.
They're all out there available if you'd like to pay a little bit extra. You can
It's
watch
true.
every game your team plays.
There are ways to find. So not our fault yesterday. Next Sunday, the angst or anger will be justified. And also, and Gabe, we asked him about it. My Sam Horn question is not to imply that he'd be the savior. I have no idea if Sam Horn would be any good or not. Like Gabe pointed out, he's thrown 8 passes. The only reason I bring that up and why it's interesting to me, when the broadcasters are saying, well, Sam Horn won the job, but then he got injured, if that's what Drinkwitz told people. The only reason I think it's relevant is if the coaching staff thought, this Prabula's not good enough to be the guy. If they had some kind of tell in camp going into the season, if they were feeling that way, then maybe they knew something that we didn't in terms of his ability to be the guy.
You wouldn't think they just say that because it's kind of a knock on Prabula, really.
Like the
You're
announcers,
kind of saying,
you
not
can't
really.
say it like if you don't, unless they're just that sloppy. But it was multiple places that said it.
Yeah.
I think it was in the studio and during the broadcast. Unless it was just sort of a narrative that got spread around and people grabbed onto it without it actually being based on anything.
I think once the worse and what's wacko reports something.
That's where it started.
Hey, Tim, did you run into any townies in Columbia that you knocked up like I did in Champaign on Saturday? Right at the Galloping Ghost statue. There she was. We locked eyes, and I took off running for cover, left my 12-year-old holding the bag with that one. Doug, that's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, and apparently he spotted a townie he knocked up years ago.
Right by the Galloping Ghost, right by the Red Grange statue.
What's a rob-off means?
Illinois has had 2 of the greatest college football players ever in Red Grange and Dick Butkus.
Kittner.
Well, I wouldn't put him in that category. And Mizzou's best player ever would be...
Have we ever decided on this?
Jeremy Macklin, I guess, is up there.
Is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Roger Worley's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Chase Daniel was a Heisman finalist. But there's no one.
Went to St. Louis U High.
Yeah, there's nobody of legendary status like the 2 Illinois has.
And I was thinking about Mizzou just the last 25 years. You've had some really good quarterbacks, guys who went to the NFL like Drew Lock and Blaine Gabbert, guys who are very good. Chase Daniel played in the league a long time, but you really haven't had an elite quarterback roll through. A Peyton Manning type, or just an absolute legendary quarterback.
And that is something that they got into on the postgame show with Gabe DeArmond and Cody Goodwin on Saturday, Martin. Because Gabe, a lot of the criticism, as is still the case here, and that's fine. People, are welcome to their opinions. I wanted to come in with as much information as I could by rewatching the game, and then, seeing/hearing it through the lens that most people did by watching it on television. But the criticism was of the coaching, and that Kirby Moore blew it. Kirby Moore was distracted by the potential that he was interviewed for the Arkansas head coaching job. Drinkwitz got coached by DeBoer. Take your pick of whatever it was. And specifically on that, Gabe said the criticism that I would agree with is that Drinkwitz came in with the reputation as being the quarterback whisperer. And since he has been in Columbia, he really hasn't had that. And, we can talk about Brady Cook winding up having a successful tenure, but it's no secret, Drinkwitz was open about it, that they went into the transfer portal looking for his replacement. And they really didn't get it. Was it Jake Garcia? Remember him coming from Miami? And then he bolted after a year. And the guy they really wanted this past year but did not get is got to be in the mix for the Heisman. And he's in Bloomington, Indiana. And he chose to go play with Kurt Cignetti in the Hoosiers and not come to Missouri. I'm talking about Fernando Mendoza and what he has done so far in, beating the hell out of Illinois and then going to Eugene and beating the Ducks. So, that is where Gabe said he thinks the criticism is valid, because when you do look at the roster and the kicker situation, it's odd to not have a backup in this day and age that has experience. But that is, of course, a byproduct of an injury to a kicker. That's an outlier. But at quarterback, that they're in the position that they're in, part of it, sure, is Sam Horn's injury, but also, this is Bo Pribula, and when he was finally going up against a good defense, he struggled. I really do wonder about the health thing. Because he looked so good against Kansas. I realize it's Kansas and not Alabama. That's not lost on me. But that he kept missing throws high, that's just so odd. And how badly he missed Marquise Johnson in the first quarter on 3rd and 4. It's just odd to me.
What was the rumored injury? Was it hand?
Yeah,
Wasn't
that he got hurt in the Kansas game.
Make sense.
Yes.
If you were injured with your hand, your throws could be off.
Which was something that happened to Brady Cook.
Mm-hmm. And again, there's no value in them telling you that right now. Oh, he's got a injured hand. They don't want to tell you that. I understand that. But eventually, if it comes out, you're like, oh, no wonder. It explains it. But in the moment, you have no reason to believe he's not healthy, so you're going to be mad at how he performed. And I think Pribula, we didn't know a ton. He didn't play a ton at Penn State.
Yeah. Sometimes during the course of a game, too, you take a shot to the head, you get knocked around, you're not thinking as clearly as you would. That happens. We saw that. Remember that happened to Kurt Warner. He had a game there where we said, what in the world is he doing? And then we found out later he had a concussion. They didn't get him out of the game soon enough.
That was against the the Giants in the opener at Giant Stadium in 2003.
Yeah, these guys get hit so hard sometimes they're just not thinking clearly.
And you can critique play calling, or maybe it is the quarterback improvising or not doing what they designed the play to do. What I hated in that last kind of panic drive there is they're just looking to the sideline, like, just, oh my God, we can only go to the sideline because we don't have any time. It's, we got to get out of bounds. You can throw one down the middle, although that backfired. But all these great late drives that you see executed in the NFL or college football, you'll take one good shot down the middle of the field, and then you run up and spike it.
Right.
I felt he was just glued to the sideline on those early plays, like, oh my God, we can only throw it to the sideline. That's okay if a little bit of time runs off the clock and then you run up and spike it.
I can't look at that final play anymore. It just came across my timeline on Twitter. And
how about Marquise Johnson? Have you
I'm staring at it. It legit makes my stomach hurt. Because I think he's gone. I think he catches that. And at
it's
worst,
him versus the safety.
Yeah, at worst, you have a chance to tie it. And I think likely he gets to the end. I mean, he's the fastest guy in the field. Like, it actually makes my stomach hurt. I can't watch it.
And now he's gone for another reason. And then if you're Gersh or Mo, do you go to Donovan Olumide and lock him up with one of those Matt Carpenter preemptive extensions?
Great one-on-one catch. Like, that's what you do. Let the playmakers make plays. And Bo was like, I thought one of the best plays they ran was on that first drive, which was probably a scripted drive, which is fine, but a nice quarterback draw. Like, use Bo's legs, because that's hard to defend when you have to honor a guy's legs. Bo was doing a good job scrambling for his life, but that was a great play, running up the gut with him, and they stopped doing that completely, too. Just abandoned the run game.
Oh no!
Jackson's
We've lost him again.
There, and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, they're discussing the Rams' relocation to Los Angeles. Doug,
they are.
So we're
just a fleeting existence, man.
Oh, we've lost paper.
You still upset having to sit with the Alabama people?
That didn't help. Every time first down, roll Tide.
Well, that's what they should say.
Well, they're all from like St. Louis or Kansas City.
Really?
Oh, they were all.
No, I was definitely around.
The guys behind me were.
Doug, is it Alabamians?
The guys behind me were from Alabama. Likely were not Crimson Tide alumni. And
I caught that.
Are you saying they weren't high school graduates either?
I don't know. people in front of me, maybe, but yeah, I was surrounded.
But who are these other ones that you're saying they're from St. Louis or Kansas City that went to Bama?
Went to Bama or like the easy route and get to cheer for the best team every year.
They're just bandwagon Bama people.
Well, they don't know about the grind. They don't know about the heartache.
Wow.
They don't know about what it takes to, try to make that step. What they like, Doug, is shortcuts.
Oh, do they?
Sure.
Alabama
shortcuts to the top. No, fans who aren't from Alabama.
Oh.
It's the Alabama fan. I'm an Alabama fan, a Lakers fan, and and a Dodger fan.
But you don't
Tough
think
life.
there's a lot of people in Missouri who suddenly will pull for Alabama just because they're a better team?
Yes.
You do?
Yes. People love an easy way out. Look how many people love the Chiefs.
When did they become Alabama fans? You're saying like historically?
Whenever times got tough and they chose the easy route.
Do you think they were Mizzou fans? They just switched?
No, they don't know about loyalty.
Mizzou will never be anything in any sport. That's from the 314.
Gosh,
Until
that's
they
kinda
are
harsh.
Until they are.
Well, that's why you got to have hope, Papers.
They were real down in Gabe's post game. I felt bad for Gabe.
Do we have audio from the post game?
We have wonderful post game audio. We'll have that for you here on the other side of the break. The Colonel's post game show. They were battling it.
Were they really?
That's coming up, and then we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Oh, I got to tell you, Papers needs a little time off. It needs to go to Scotland. Next summer, we are headed to spectacular Scotland with Colette. They've been putting together travel packages for more than a century, and when Colette handles it, everything is taken care of. The flights, the meals, hotels, local experiences. Instead of getting online and just trying to piece it all together, hoping it works out, go with the trusted pros, and I am looking forward to this. June 15th is when we head to Scotland, starting in the beautiful capital city of Edinburgh. We'll also visit Glasgow. You've seen pictures and videos over the years of what Scotland is like. Experience it for yourself. We'll check out a historic whiskey distillery, have some wonderful meals out, go to the legendary Isle of Skye, visit the amazing Orkney Islands, cruise on the lovely Loch Ness, and check out the landscapes of the Highlands. Again, all details taken care of by the folks at Colette. Don't miss out. Join me and our friends at Altair by calling them at 314-968-9600. 314-968-9600. You can find out more at 101ESPN.com. Learn more there or call Altair Travel about this great trip to Scotland. 968-9600.
Oh, no. This is playing inside of Jackson's head right now, Doug. Did you sit in darkness on Saturday night with Mark and listen to this?
No. We drove home pretty quickly afterwards.
Just you and Mark.
I guess I'll have to say it for the 8th time. Mark was not there.
Is he sis?
Yeah.
Mark. Okay. Mark, your buddy, lives in Columbia, great basketball player, but he did not go to the game with you.
Correct.
Okay. Well, why didn't he go to the game? Now we need to know all of Jackson's friends. Where was Milk Dud? Where was Herb?
Email in as to where Jackson's friends were on Saturday. The morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. We deep teased this. The Colonel, Doug, he took voicemails following the loss on Saturday. Here's a sampling.
Oh, sure.
Well, Gabe, I came in with expectations, and unfortunately, my heart has been shattered again by Mizzou football.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
When will the heartbreak end, Gabe? When will the heartbreak end?
Stop me if you heard this one before. Missouri with a chance against a good team, reputable team for some national relevance, and then completely crapped on themselves.
They didn't.
If you heard it before,
They lost by a
tell
field
me.
goal.
If not,
Okay. You said I could stop you. I have heard it before. I've heard it today. I don't completely disagree with you.
Eli Drinkwitz being described as a quarterback guru might be the most laughable thing I've ever heard of. He has developed a dip.
Oh.
All right. We're good there.
I'm eating ribs in my underwear.
Now we're getting to it.
Good for you.
Reminds me a lot of taking my wife out to dinner. Spend a lot of money. Know for sure tonight's the night we're going to get it done. And then I stare at the ceiling, wondering what the hell I did with my life. So then I go to the spare bedroom, and
All right, we know where this is going.
This is brutal.
Gosh.
And it started with your guy, Gabe.
Tiger Terry.
Kind of dark. People sounded suicidal.
Doug, you have a problem when you hear the waterworks coming. When we were listening live, I mean, that drive from Columbia to St. Louis feels like 5 minutes when you got the Colonel's postgame show on. And my wife and I are listening, and my wife goes, "Is this guy crying?" And I do think there's a chance that he was.
And it's real? You don't think this is performance that they...
There was a guy who called in and said something along the lines of, I was planning on calling in and, doing the TMA thing.
I heard that.
But
Did he say that?
he did say that.
He did.
But he said, and then he actually had some astute observations. Yeah.
I'm eating ribs in my underwear.
I think at first I was a little bothered that Gabe wouldn't say that show in St. Louis. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Come on, Colonel.
But now I understand why.
Mizzou's losing.
I understand.
Good for you.
Good for you. They talked for about an hour and a half. I was at the Two Fox listening and watching it. I didn't quite make it to the video, but he said, "Hey, listen, it's early. We got time."
They are angry in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat over whether or not Drinkwitz is going to be going anywhere. Doug, does NY stand for New York in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat?
Usually does, yeah.
It says, like Gabe said, the only reason why Drinkwitz would leave is if he thought that he would be able to win more somewhere else. And then Heim Bloom spreadsheet responds, Penn State fired the coach who couldn't win the big game. Drink hasn't won a big game, so it makes no sense. That's from Heim Bloom's spreadsheet.
Well,
I don't think Drink will be heading to Happy Valley.
I wouldn't think so.
I would be surprised on that, but,
But every list that a writer puts out or a pundit always has 10 to 12 names.
Sure.
So
you
you
got to
can
put guys down. I get
Right.
that. And I wouldn't be, like Gabe said, I wouldn't be surprised if you got a call. I just think if you're going to fire James Franklin after 16 days ago, they were right there with Oregon to,
they're in overtime.
Lock
They're
up
the
a
top
spot.
team in the country.
Yeah, and now they've dropped games to winless UCLA, who actually looked really good against Michigan State, and then to Northwestern at home. And the whole world is
Now you're
completely
out.
different.
Yep, he's gone, just like that.
Well,
That's what I'm saying. My circle on that one in the SEC is Brent Venables.
With Oklahoma, yeah.
With Oklahoma. That's where, because he was already kind of a keep an eye on them this year. And then you go from where they were, you lose like you lost to Texas, and then they have the schedule that they have, operating on the premise that they beat South Carolina this week. Then it's a death march, so keep an eye on your boy Beamer. But then on the other side of it, if they lose there, and then they've got that death march, that's the guy. And then meanwhile, Alabama and Tennessee both have one loss. Well, they play this weekend. Yeah. So one of those two teams has a loss.
Fire the coach.
Gone, just like that. Just to give you an idea of where I'm coming from, and I know I said this much earlier in the show, but my premise is you're going to see carnage with coaches because all of these teams are good enough to beat each other, minus Kentucky. LSU is playing Vanderbilt. One of those two teams is going to have two losses on Saturday. That's the way that it's going to work. And I have no idea what I would pick on that one, by the way. Oklahoma and South Carolina, already talked about that. A&M has Arkansas. I know it sounds absurd, but I wouldn't count Arkansas out in that one. And then A&M has LSU and Missouri. Ole Miss is at Georgia. Either Kirby gets his second loss, and he's been dancing with the devil a couple of times, or Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss pick up their first loss. Mississippi State and Florida. Mississippi State, Jeff Lebby's fine down there. But if Florida loses to Mississippi State, that could be the final bullet for Billy Napier.
Sack him.
Missouri and Auburn, of course. That could be the end for Hugh Freeze, or for the first time in a long time, Eli Drinkwitz is starting to catch hell around here. Right now, we're talking about the possibility of Happy Valley or Gainesville or even Tallahassee, because that's now taken a step back after they've beaten Alabama. They lost this week to Pittsburgh. And then Josh Heupel could be sitting there with two losses, and they had to fade Arkansas this past weekend at Neyland. Or Alabama, like I said, they're sitting there with two losses. If somehow, I certainly don't expect it, but if somehow Texas went to Kentucky and lost Steve Sarkisian, it's just, that's the nature of the beast. And we're talking about the SEC. The biggest firing to date, of course, has been what took place in Happy Valley over the weekend.
Well, if Mizzou loses to Auburn, next week everybody's like, what the hell's going on? I thought we had the real team. It could happen quick.
It will. It just, by the nature of the schedule, it's going to happen. And then the overreaction that social media and these college programs' message boards, they become echo chambers of intense hatred. I mean, if you would have said 3 weeks ago James Franklin's going to get fired from Penn State, you would have gone, what would have happened?
Are they giving into the mob, or do they think internally he's never going to turn the corner?
Notre Dame had to kick a field goal at the final seconds to advance to the national championship game. Otherwise, he's playing Ohio State for the national championship, and that was 9 months ago.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why are they firing these guys and eating that much money? They're giving into the mob, or do they really believe, you're not the guy, even though less than a year ago we're knocking on the door of a national championship?
And outside of the obvious ones at the top of the polls right now, Ohio State, Miami, Indiana, I guess A&M, although I don't know if that's, I don't feel like that's getting maybe as much attention. I think people would say the hottest team in college football right now is Alabama. Well, where was Kalen DeBoer 5 weeks ago? They were talking about buying him out. Fans were, not the administration, let's be clear.
Ryan Day a year ago.
Ryan Day after the Michigan game.
Even
it speaks to the absurdity of it. You got to pay attention to people who know, not people on social media. It's just, and it all does, it costs you a bunch of money. Just lighting $50 million on fire in Pennsylvania like you lit $76 million on fire in College Station.
If Penn State is giving that kind of severance packages to fired coaches, it could be that Drinkwitz and every other coach in America are interested. I mean, it's a no-lose situation.
Oh, you mean to go there just in case you don't work out?
You go and you win and you get paid, and you go and you lose, you get paid more.
I just can't believe that that's a thing, that much money is built in. I understand it was initially to block other schools from grabbing you. I just think you should have it written. It's like the Rams lease. Write it a different way. Write it where it says, if another school wants to buy you out, it's $20 million, poison pill. They'll never steal our coach. If we fire you, you get the remaining years in your contract paid, period. I don't understand how it got to this point.
Eli isn't going anywhere. What's attractive about an 8-4 season after starting 5-0? That's from Steven Time.
Okay.
Jackson, do you have a bet with Steven Time?
No, Chairman once bet him for
He got the Kansas money
So it
off.
seems like Steven Time is, good faith in this conversation.
Is he from the Brothers Time?
Yeah, he is from the Brothers Time.
And Steven Time.
Right. Yeah, they're 5-1 right now. That's the only thing that is in reality.
And Trent Dilfer got fired at UAB, and he's the one who told us that you can win and still not lose in the end. Was that Trent Dilfer who said that? Remember the famous drop?
I think so.
To lose games.
I'm begging for a drop, Tim. We had some texts.
Yeah, like I'm not a jukebox, brother.
Cut that off. I'm not a jukebox, brother.
I say hit play, Papers. I saw that he was fired, and it had me thinking maybe he didn't understand college football because he had a good grip on the NFL where, Doug, you could win.
You can't lose
but
and still win in the NFL.
It was something along.
Not lose games in the NFL and still win.
No, you can't.
See? I wonder if he told his AD that after going
the Blazers
9-21. UAB demands greatness in football. Sorry, I would like to apologize.
Hey, you're fine.
You are not a jukebox.
Touch
and you
tunes.
did get some support for your stance on Missouri people being bandwagon Bama fans. They said that people do it with Duke basketball.
Oh, but that's not just a Missouri thing. There's Bama fans all across. When you're that good, you're going to attract people who like shortcuts.
It just bothers me that these colleges are handing out $49-50 million to coaches who didn't perform the way they wanted them to. And at the same time, half the people graduating from colleges are leaving with student debt for the next 20 or 30 years. It's just grotesque the way the money's being shelled out.
How'd you like to be little Susie who didn't get her Pell Grant? Who got denied for $500 for books.
Right. These are public universities, too. It's not like these are all private. Most of them aren't.
But the money's probably coming from somebody on the outside. But still, the optics are bad.
Give your thoughts. Text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Talk it over with other TMA listeners on the TMA STL YouTube channel. 254 friends are in there talking it over right now as we speak. And then you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Martin is headed to onboarding. 10 o'clock hour underway here on TMA. It's 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Sacramento Kings forward Keegan Murray suffered a torn UCL ligament in his left thumb during a preseason loss to Portland on Friday. The team announced he will miss the start of the regular season. That was our Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's Team 8101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, James Carlton in studio here on Mondays for his traditional conversation. James, Jackson is not doing well. How are you doing?
I'm hanging in there. I mean, everything's still on the table. I would take the under in this Auburn-Mizzou game coming up. Both offenses don't look great. Both defenses look very, very stiff. So it could be a low-scoring game on the Plains. You're not going to that game, are you, Tim?
I am not. I was invited with a group, and we really wanted to go, but my wife's parents are out of town, and that is our go-to.
You're not going to take the kids to the Plains?
I don't think they were invited. I do not think they were invited. But, yeah, it sucks. We were going to go down.
But I read your beautiful column on Saturday night. I read all of Gabe's stuff, listened to the post-game. Jackson and I had an embrace. Would you call it an embrace?
Tender embrace.
In the men's room at halftime.
Wait, you embraced in the men's room?
Well, you know, I mean, it was.
No, you're getting close to kink shaming.
Really close.
Oh, I do kink shame. I absolutely kink shame.
Really. Saw KG prior to the game. I met Vaughn from PP Corp. It was a glorious Saturday morning, but unfortunately, just didn't work out. I mean, could you ask for a better start to both halves?
Yeah, for real.
I mean, electric start the first half. And I mean, you say what you want about that Zion Young penalty. I would love to play back the what ifs. If it's 3rd and 15, they get a punt out of that, and that place is bonkers. That was the loudest I've heard for Field in many years.
I agree. I would take it back to I wasn't there in 2013 on the Josie run to clinch the SEC East. My guess is that would be comparable. John McGaffey's kickoff return against number 1 Oklahoma in 2010 is the ultimate to date for me at Faroe Field. But yes, it was sustained. It impacted Ty Simpson and the Alabama offense. It was something else, and I do agree. I would love to see what would have happened had that penalty not taken place, and I'm not disputing that it was a penalty. That is a self-inflicted wound, and it is brutal.
From the captain.
That's brutal. Gabe, in his column, and I talked about it here earlier on the show, James, do you feel better for the second half of the season now, or do you feel worse?
It's a good question. I certainly feel worse at the quarterback position. Yes. I certainly feel worse at the quarterback position. I feel better about the defense, though. I mean, if Damon Wilson doesn't take the Alden Smith playbook, he is going to be maybe one of the best players to ever wear a Missouri uniform. I mean, that guy is he is a weapon on defense. I saw this just while I was waiting for you guys. The margin of victory in 2023 in the SEC was 16.3, and 24 is 13.3, and 25 it's 10.7.
There you go.
Just to show you the parity in this league. I think the defense is good enough to keep them in many games. I just don't have a lot of confidence in the quarterback. And if he was hurt, why are they calling all these passes? Why is this there's this demonstrative, fits from the receivers? If they knew their quarterback was hurt, don't you think they give him the benefit of the doubt if he missed some throws?
I would think so, and then I agree with you because I was talking about this where I posted on the TMA fan page on Facebook. I just felt like writing when I got home on Saturday, and that's my question. If he is really hurt, then why are they calling all these passes?
Right.
You being a real nerd about this stuff like me, the 3rd and 2 with the empty backfield, did that one?
Very odd.
That is, I don't know what they could possibly say in that spot to explain that away. Number one, run the ball, but if you're not, at least have Hardy back there.
Right.
I mean, that was an empty backfield with 5 pass catchers lined up, and then he just panic quick throw to Norfleet over the middle with a defender on him. I mean, it was terrible in so many different ways. In addition to the fact that Marquise Johnson was as open as he was on the near sideline on the final play, that was the game-ending interception. That is. Jackson says he cannot watch the play any longer.
Even before that play.
No, I just did, and it made me almost
You
vomit.
must have been sitting near me if I saw you in that specific men's room. Even before that play, Johnson's lined up on our side of the field.
Yeah.
He has one-on-one that whole drive. I'm taking a shot. Even I mean,
what he did with the loop today. He just made it. He just threw it
because he had to.
Exactly.
See, that's the difference. It's like, okay, at this point, you have to. I was saying this to the guy who was sitting next to me. I want to make sure the co-founder of the Fairmount Park Players Club. You may have recognized that name. That's who I wound up sitting next to, and his friends who were TMA listeners. It was great to sit next to them, and the Alabama fans, like I said, behind me were wonderful as well. And it's truly it's a mindset in business, it's a mindset in sports, but some have it, some don't. In order to live, you have to be willing to die. And Prabula was not, or Missouri was not willing to do that. Now, Drinkwitz spoke about it before they went into the half in his interview with the sideline reporter, that we've got to be more aggressive. We've got to take some chances, both offensively and defensively, because they were trying to get to Simpson in the first half without any blitzes. They started to at the end of the second quarter, but they did because of some of the blitzes. And their front four is just damn good. With regards to the offense, the only reason that ball was thrown downfield to Olugbade is because they had to. It was 4th and 6. You got nothing to lose. But you have to have that mindset in those positions. And that's why I liked Drinkwitz going for the fake punt. That's why I liked the onside kick. It might not work out. So what? You take your chances. You're here to win. And I feel like that's what he did. I don't feel like that's what the quarterback did. And the fact that he did not go through progressions and missed open receivers, and then when he did throw some of the balls, they were as high as they were. I'd love to sit there and go, yeah, they only lost to Alabama by 3. I did not feel like that was a 3-point game. I know that'll be an unpopular statement around here, but Doug, as you know, I know you want me to run in 2026. I'm not running until 2028. So I don't really care if it's popular. That's a 24-10, 31-10 game at the half. If Alabama gets one of those 4 balls that were sitting there, and I'm talking about an interception, 2 fumbles, and then what was nearly a strip sack by, I think his name was Saab for Alabama, who came in and just missed Prabula when he tried to go for the strip sack. Missouri was so fortunate to be in the position that they were in. With that said, even with all of those things there, they do have the ball, and they're driving into Alabama territory with a wide-open receiver with, 40 seconds left. So you can look at it one of two ways. The issue is I'm just really concerned about quarterback, and I'm sure down on the Plains they're having the same conversation. Oh, my God, we have a problem at quarterback. The difference is Jackson Arnold hasn't shown it yet this year. Prabula at least did. Against Kansas in particular. I don't really get into the Central Arkansas, Louisiana, UMass operations. So it's there, but it just wasn't there in that situation. And of course, you got to credit the other team. I want to make that clear. But that's what concerns me. And if people know that he's not a threat, then you're going to start to see guys in the secondary creep up to stop the run, and you're not going to get as much space for Roberts or Hardy.
I mean, Auburn has other quarterbacks with playing experience, though. I wouldn't be surprised if Jackson Arnold's not the quarterback on Saturday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They have a transfer from Stanford. I mean, they had a legit 3-person quarterback battle heading into the season. What has Jackson Arnold shown you in 2 years that would get you excited? So I wouldn't be surprised.
He can hold the ball well.
Yeah.
He likes to hold the ball.
And the other thing, let's not forget, before Proctor, or right after Proctor's play, Simpson gets stepped on by his lineman. Mm-hmm. They rule him down on that handoff to Jan Miller.
That was a big break.
And they only get 3 points
instead of 4. Yes, or instead of 7. It saved him 4.
The analytics of Bill Connolly, I don't know how you run those numbers.
I couldn't believe that. The SP Plus, I said it earlier on in the program. I actually texted Gabe to go, does that mean Missouri should have won only 28% of the time, or does that mean Missouri should have won 72% of the time? He goes, according to that, Missouri wins 72% of the time. And I'm going, I mean, I just walked out of there, not necessarily at peace so much as, on this particular day, Alabama was the better team and should have won. Just like if Missouri would have lost to Carolina or Kansas, I would have gone, they lost. I have no idea how, but, they dominated the game. Alabama was the better team, and they're probably the better team in general. I don't know, but certainly on that day, just like I thought Missouri was the better team against LSU, unfortunately, they didn't get it done that day. Hey, man, could I see them going 11-1? I absolutely could. But could I see them going 7-5?
Yes.
Yeah, the answer is yes. Mm-hmm. And so it's a crazy wide delta. Part of that is the Missouri uncertainty, but part of that is just the nature of the SEC. in 2025. James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Anything else you want to relive with Jackson about the troughs at Faroe Field?
There's two narratives that I'm glad are starting to die, and you pointed one out. This was Ty Simpson's sixth start as well. Like this, it's only Bo Perbula's sixth start. I mean, Ty Simpson and Bo Perbula have similar makeups. They've been around for a while and are finally getting their chance.
Simpson has been in that program for 3 years.
I understand, but Bo Perbula's, he was at Penn State, watching a lot of film for a long time. And then also, early on, the narrative was, here's the Missouri secondary again. I thought the Missouri secondary played fine. I thought the defense as a whole played fine. That's a really good offense. They held at 200 passing yards.
Not just fine on the Missouri secondary, relative to expectations.
Exactly.
It was incredible. Now, the 3rd and 24, and the fact that they were able to convert that, the 4th and 8 starts on the 3rd and 24. So you can't forgive that. But overall, that pass that he hit on 4th and 8, Toriano Pride
was
is right there.
on.
It is a perfect pass.
And then just a few plays later, they were clearly confused on defense. Nick Rodriguez didn't know where to line up. Santana Banner's trying to point him where to go, and Rodriguez should have had the running back on that 4th down that converted for a touchdown. The argument is, do you call a timeout there? Now, in hindsight, had they called that timeout, they would have had a lot less time on that final drive. But I think you do. That was a huge play because if you stop them there, it's a 3-point game. It's a long way to go with an offense that's struggling. But, man, that was that defense really impressed me. And I think that there's some offenses that really don't scare you coming up on their schedule. It's just a matter of can Mizzou muster up the points. But we'll get back at it on the Plains on Saturday night, Doug.
You going to go there?
No.
You're not
No,
why?
I need a break.
You go to Nashville's there, too?
No.
You go into
I'll be at A&M, yes. That's the one I'll be at.
James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Thank you, James.
All right, see you guys.
All right, thanks, James.
The program is called TMA. It's 101 ESPN.
Is this another song about Bill?
Who is this artist?
Lacey K. Booth.
Doug Lacey
sure.
K. Booth.
LKB, yeah.
And the title is Bill.
The title of the song is Bill.
I don't think it's good. It's as good as My Girl Bill, but it's still a powerful song.
Yeah, it's on the Mount Rushmore of Bill songs here on Morning After 101 ESPN. We're going to be broadcasting live Wednesday from the Rawlings Experience at Westport Plaza. Rawlings, the #1 baseball brand worldwide, will be revealing this year's Gold Glove Award finalists. That's this Wednesday morning, TMA Live from the Rawlings Experience in Westport Plaza for the Gold Glove Award finalist announcement. Get more details now at 101 ESPN. And if you are ready to hit the fairway with the crew from TMA, 101 and 101 ESPN and Michelob Ultra present the Tee It Up with TMA giveaway. One lucky winner and a guest will score a free round of golf with me and Jackson at Fox Run Golf Club. It is your chance to hang out and enjoy a laid-back round with me and Jackson. Use the code SWING to get entered to win now, either at 101 ESPN or on the 101 mobile app. You must be 21. The Tee It Up with TMA giveaway is courtesy of Michelob Ultra Superior Light Beer. And I did agree to talk with the two people that we will be playing with for
you did?
a minute and a half.
Right. Just briefly, though. Okay.
Minute and a half.
Right.
All right.
My agent was really adamant that it was no more than an introduction.
Yeah.
And we actually gave 90 seconds. So 90 seconds I will talk
Enough
with you.
time for you to tell one of these guys, hey, go get my shine box.
Jennings Randolph Jr., good fellas. And then the Fast Lane and the Riz Show are battling it out in the Pick'em Challenge, but sometimes they come together to just hang out and watch football. You can join Anthony Stalter and learn from the Riz Show this Thursday from 6:30 to 8:30 at the Hot Shots in O'Fallon, Illinois. Come out and enjoy the Thursday night game. Get signed up for some Point and 101 ESPN giveaways and enjoy a cold Bud Light. That's this Thursday, 6:30 to 8:30 with Anthony Stalter, Learn, and Bud Light at the Hot Shots in O'Fallon, Illinois. Doug, there it is.
Okay.
Lots of stuff going on.
Sure is.
And Jackson and I will be taking on listeners at Fox Run. And Jackson will talk on my behalf.
Yeah, people can see a 7-iron up close.
It's an open club face.
Watch the strike.
Okay.
It's weight on the back foot.
Is that what it is?
And it adds loft. That's unfortunate. But you're going to get that taken care of this offseason, and I would recommend you do it at 5-Iron Golf, the ultimate indoor golf experience. I cannot wait. I see it looks like, Doug, it starts to hit, but we had a good run. I can't complain. Looks like this weekend, say goodbye. 70% chance of rain on Saturday and a high of 64 on Sunday with rain. So here we go. It's fine. We got to mid-October. We've had wonderful weather. I'm not going to complain. We know it's coming. So when it comes, you can still ball strike at 5-Iron Golf. It's in Clayton. They have 13 TrackMan simulators in there, a chef-inspired restaurant and dining options, plus a vibrant bar setting for your beverages, host events, or to sharpen your skills. And they have a deal for TMA listeners. Become a member at 5-Iron Golf. It's only $169 per month. Candidly, I think that is an incredible deal. I cannot tell you how great the place is, and for it to only be $169 a month, what a deal. Well, you get 10% off for TMA listeners. Just mention TMA when you're signing up. It's 5irongolf.com. That's 5irongolf.com. Trust me, you're going to love it. And if you see me there, don't talk to me.
No.
That is,
don't even make eye contact. Come on.
That's a height thing. But there's a tagline here that says, if you see Tim, don't talk to him. So that it's kind of like Jackson does the thing with Mark Hanna. What's your tagline for Mark Hanna?
How much do I like Mark Hanna? I work with him.
That's his tagline. And yours is, if you see Tim, don't talk to him?
That's what it says.
Could they at least clear it through your security? Did they have a word with you?
Boy, I don't know. It just depends on how I'm ball striking that day, if I'll be in the mood for it. Mr. Siders wants to play, Jackson.
You know, he told him how to sign up. He can do it like everyone else.
Well, now he's not happy about that. Where's the Fox Run link? It's not on the app. It's Mr. Siders.
Already upset. Already mad about
Well, he
this.
went to sign up because him and Jackson got a chance to play in the Fan Page Club Championship.
Yeah.
We did. It was an enjoyable round, I thought.
Who won?
He did.
Oh, no.
Well, he beat me.
Okay.
You know, sometimes that'll happen.
Hey, Tim, if I win the golf contest, can I just pay to cover your round and carry your clubs? I don't care if Jackson's there. That's from Big Tough.
That's awful. Awful.
Tim, will you get your own cart and Jackson share a cart with the two other golfers? That's from Jake and Kirkwood.
Oh, three-peat. That'd be tough.
I can see you jammed in there with the other
You have
two.
to do that sometimes in the high school golf where they take you out to the hole and you have to be on the back of the cart riding around, and it's a thrill ride, I'll tell you that much.
Tim, dingle my berries and I will take the match at Fox Run. Just let us have it. Thanks. That's from Harrison's Brother Master. Jackson, how would you like a round of golf with Harrison's Brother Master?
Oh, gosh.
You know?
You got to shy away from that.
Sometimes you got to do things in your line of work.
But not
grit
that.
your teeth.
That's too much.
101 mobile app. If you're on the TMA STL app, probably not going to find 101 mobile app.
Not on the TMA app.
Yeah,
It's on the 101 app.
Or 101ESPN.com.
There you go.
Very easy to find.
I, too, am a walrus, unable to find the link. That's
101 ESPN app.
636.
101 ESPN app. I know you might hear that and think some other app, but I promise you it's the 101 ESPN
But specifically, which app is it?
Right, the 101 ESPN.
Okay.
3 numbers, 4 letters.
I just heard I get to swing with Tim. How do I sign up? That's from Mahomes' long body. Jackson, you haven't mentioned.
Yeah, I know. It's been lost on the listeners. It's 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app.
And there's going to be swinging?
Yeah.
Don't kink shame.
Okay.
Getting close again.
Yeah,
I don't
do
like it.
Sometimes, yeah.
Swinging, chipping, pitching, putting.
Harrison's Brother Master and Jackson. 5 hours together.
It'd be fine. I've never had like a really awkward, brutal interaction. Now I'm kind of inviting that, aren't I? But I'd be surprised. Like people can say whatever they want on the text line. If they did that in real life, it would just be really awkward. If someone's like, "Hey Jackson, you're an idiot and you suck at golf," like to my face after I hit a shot, I'd be like, "Wow, you've never interacted with a human before." That would be weird.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Hey, this is Tim McKernan. It is October, and this is when the weather really starts to shift. The mornings are crisp, the evenings are cooler, and before long, those chilly fall breezes will turn into full-blown winter winds. If your home's already feeling drafty or your energy bills are creeping up, now is the time to do something about it before the cold really sets in. And Universal Windows Direct is making it easier than ever with an October deal that's packed with value. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit, plus enjoy 0% interest for 3 full years. And to top it off, get an extra $500 off your entire home improvement project when you schedule this month. It's Universal Windows Direct. So while you're swapping out your wardrobe and breaking out the jackets, go ahead and prep your home for colder weather too. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. Buy 2, get 2 free. 0% financing for 3 years. Bonus $500 off. You'll be glad you did. And just like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
girl Bill. My girl Bill. Not enough about the way I feel about my girl Bill.
Email in on Doug's Girl Bill, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's coming up here in about 15 minutes. And Jackson, well, I'll tell you what, a lot of people want to go out on the golf course with us. I mean, look at the number of texts we've already received.
Sweet, man.
Just entered. It was really easy to find. That's from Golden Hoosier Shoe. It's on the 101 ESPN app and 101ESPN.com.
Yes. Yep.
This is Tee It Up with TMA. You get to play against me and Jackson. And what are we doing? 10,000 a hole?
10,000, yeah, 10,000 a hole, 10,000 a side. So.
And auto press 2 down?
Yeah, automatically, yeah. Yeah. And then you'll play greenies, dots. Look at it going. A lot of action. So bring at least $500,000 in small unmarked bills.
That's correct. That's the way that this has to be.
This is high stakes.
So yeah, you can sign up to play. It's going to be at Fox Run. What a golf course. I mean, I am telling you, I am excited about that. That is at 101ESPN.com and the 101 ESPN app if you want to play. It's presented by Michelob Ultra. You get to go and spend an afternoon with me and Jackson. And per my agent, we have agreed to, I will talk with the other two people for 90 seconds. Jackson already understands I won't talk with him.
No.
Of course.
That's fair.
I've been on the golf course before. Yeah.
I
know how it works.
He knows how it works. Doug, they're not happy in New York. It didn't go well for the Mets.
No.
Then it didn't go well for the Yankees.
Did not.
The Giants and Jackson Dart have a little Sunday charge going, but the Jets, they're experiencing issues. Unique play yesterday. I don't know how much Jets and Broncos. Fun game.
Yeah.
Fun.
Thriller.
Early.
Justin Fields. It was early morning. Had a few issues, but the Jets had coach Aaron Glenn with a very unique move, Jackson, and that was a fake punt. And then this was right before the half. Once they converted the fake punt at midfield, then they ran out the clock.
It's like he didn't know that there was going to be time after the fake punt. And they had a timeout, right? They had a timeout.
Yes. I mean, it's awesome. It's so bad. Here's what Jets wide receiver Garrett Wilson had to say about what he was experiencing and when he went to go talk with his coach.
Well, all right.
Didn't seem like at the end of the first half when you were walking off the field. Was that the way the drive went? Or?
Well, really, that stuff like that is just, I don't know, y'all. I just didn't know exactly what the plan was, and once I figured it out, I was disappointed. I'll just say that. So, yeah.
How do you run a play? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I didn't know exactly what the plan was. I just. Thought we were, once we converted the fourth down, I just thought we were going for the trying to make the play, and then obviously we get to another fourth down, and it's a tough spot to be in. So in hindsight I get why they did that, but in the moment I was just like, man, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's funny because Garrett Wilson goes and complains to his coach. Aaron Glenn's on the sideline cackling, giggling. It's funny that they just ran out of time after converting a fake
They were just winging it.
He's sitting there Aaron Glenn's giggling. I was like, what's going on?
You see the Jets had net passing yardage of -9 yards.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about that.
That'll happen.
Our team put together more passing yards than the Jets yesterday.
Our fantasy teams?
No, the four of us.
Oh, yeah, we could have. -9. It's the lowest in 30 years.
Did not go well there, but it wasn't limited there. Tez Johnson, Doug. He is a wide receiver for the
I really like this one.
Okay. He heard the chance of MVP, and for a moment, he thought he might be in the mix.
Oh, sure.
Despite catching his first touchdown pass ever.
Here he is.
I'll tell you a funny story. This is crazy. When I score and I hit MVP chant, I'm thinking they talking about me. So I asked Shep. I'm like, Shep, they was chanting MVP? And he was like, yeah. I was like, I ain't do nothing this year. And then he was like, they talking about Baker, Tez. And I was like, well, that explains it. But he is the MVP. The one he got the first down on, he said he blacked out. But, I mean, that's just Baker. The pump fake get everybody. I'm just like, oh, my God, he's a dog. I don't know what he put in his cereal before the game. But that guy on it every single week.
How about
He
that?
has really improved to
That
become one of
first
the
down
elite
run.
quarterbacks in the league.
All-timer.
That was unbelievable. That's like the definition of grit and toughness, and I will get this first down if it kills me. That was incredible.
He completed 29 of 33 passes for 379 yards. That's a big day.
And he was bouncing around the NFL like
Yeah.
every backup quarterback kind of does. Found a home and has been taking advantage of it.
He is the got to be in the mix at the very least, if not the favorite, to be the MVP with a 5-1 Buccaneers team. Doug, in a division that I guess off air you said is hot ass. Is that what you said?
I never said that. I never said as much.
They have the lead on the Panthers and Rico Dowdle, who told the Cowboys he was coming, his former team, and boy, did he ever. Then the Falcons and the New Orleans Saints, who are struggling a little bit at 1-5.
Yeah, they are.
So I think the Buccaneers winning the NFC South is a nice play. You might have to lay $5,000 to win $100, but I think it's worth it.
Yeah. No real competition there. I don't see any of those teams even getting much better. Do you? Carolina, Atlanta, the Saints, they've got nothing.
It's a shot at Rico Dowdle.
Big game for Rico.
No.
Chuba Hubbard out. So let me eat.
And Aaron Rodgers has the Steelers. Gary
Looking good.
Davis's club, 4-1.
Yeah.
The Bills, 4-1. And Brian Henshin's Colts, Super Bowl favorite with the doo-doo man. What if it's the doo-doo man against Baker Mayfield in the Super Bowl?
You're saying the Chiefs aren't going to get there? Our Chiefs are now 3-3, just a game out.
Those Patriots are getting hot again, too.
Drake May actually might be the MVP. He's looked unbelievable this year.
Who is?
Drake
May.
Yeah.
I thought you said Drink.
Drink is not my MVP.
Drake May has been sick for the Patriots. But, yeah, Tez Johnson thought he was the MVP for a split second, Doug, as he caught.
This is his first career NFL touchdown.
Yeah. He's like, man, what did I do?
I really love that.
All right, got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up here on the program. The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's a Monday morning, and we know how it is. It can feel a little rough on a Monday. Maybe if you're grinding through it, you're going, okay, this is just a Monday, or you have been feeling this way for a while. If that's the case, that can be a symptom of low testosterone. Mentality can help you out. I have gone out to Mentality, and I have been tested, so I can speak firsthand how easy it is, how friendly the staff is, and how quick you are in and you are out at Mentality. Many of you or your family seen a change in you, not quite yourself anymore, struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love. Put it this way, if your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older, or work stress, or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone calling it quits and you never got the memo. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot with Mentality today. It's mentalityhealth.com. They test free testosterone there. A lot of places don't. Mentality does. That can be a difference maker. Visit mentalityhealth.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Jackson with the SportsCenter update. This is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues hockey tonight right here on 101 ESPN as they take on the Vancouver Canucks. 5:30 pregame, 6:30 puck drop right here on 101 ESPN. That was their SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It is the morning after. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Miss anything? Go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app, TMASTL.com. Why Jackson won't put the golf contest to play with me and him, presented by Michelob Ultra on the TMA app or TMASTL.com, is something that Doug and I are candidly pissed about, and we let him hear about it in the commercial break. So
writing the riot act.
Yeah,
I'll wear it.
But if you want to play the Tee It Up with TMA, it is on the 101 ESPN app and also on 101ESPN.com. Send emails in for QFTA, Tim McKernan Show Podcast, T McKernan at InsideSTL.com. I'll take anything. I'll read anything.
No way.
TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. Papers will do that, I don't know, Wednesday or Thursday?
Sure.
Okay. And then Riz and Stalter and I will have the Spread Zone. Another rough week. I went 3 and 4 this week. Smarting on that one. Riz had a heater, though, on college football on Saturday. He went undefeated on college football. Stalter and I were on lockstep on a couple. But we were on Texas. Jackson got paid on Texas.
Yeah.
That one, that just struck us as a little too obvious.
From the minute they put the line out, I was all
You made
over
your
Texas.
play.
Yep.
All right, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. When I was in the Navy, I like to dress up. Nope.
I thought it was from Midge, because sometimes Midge will have just half a thought.
When I was in the Navy, I like to dress up like Julia Childs and bake in the galley kitchen. Because a meal without cake is just a meeting. That's from Midge.
There we go.
Midge.
Is that a saying?
A meal without a cake?
It's just a meeting.
It's just a meeting?
Seems very Southern.
Yeah.
Another day, another phenomenal show by Tim. The way he sachets in and out of topics is seamless. It also doesn't hurt that he is super duper hot. The rest of the day needs to step it up. Go Mizzou. That's from Scott.
Scott with a poor email. Come on, Scooter.
Jackson was right on his movie boy broadcast this weekend when he said that the Blues puck battle winning percentage was way too low for the first 4 periods of the season. And boy, howdy, did they get it turned around. And in Jackson's favorite arena, the Saddle Dome, broadly known as the Lindy Ruff of roofed stadiums. But my point is that sometimes life isn't fair. While Jackson was seated with the visiting Hilljack fan base, that 6'6" wet jumping cis Mark found himself sitting with the families of the Golden Girls. He was charming and engaging, and after this disappointing game, he went with all of them out to the CC City Broiler, where they spent the rest of the day talking court basketball hoops. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Lot L Balance Sheet Review. Quit trying to include your Beanie Babies, even if that is the asset that you chose over the house in your 1995 divorce.
Damn.
Shooter McGavin.
Short-sighted.
So somebody got divorced in Lot L in 1995, and they chose to keep the Beanie Babies as opposed to the house.
Well, they were hot there for a while.
Real galaxy brain move.
And finally, 4 straight hours of Mizzou Bama postmortem, and the studio sounded like a Roy family board meeting going off the rails. Tim sat at the head of the table, steering the ship with equal parts disdain and detachment, knowing full well the whole thing collapses the second he stops showing up. You could almost hear him growl, "How's this ever supposed to work without me?" before Doug chimed in from his hourly daydream to discuss his off-the-books NIL smoothie sponsor. "Great stuff, Grandpa. Back to bed for you."
Hard blocking.
Then Martin slipped right into the dopey cutthroat air roll like a man who just discovered irony at the last commercial break, dropping a line about Susie getting denied a $500 grant while coaches make $50 million to drive dump trucks and wear Nike shoes made for teenagers. Great stuff. landed the plane on one joke and then bolted for the 4th hour yet again to work on his Ask Tony impression. And then there was Jackson, our sweet little eager Jackson, just waiting for his chance to play with the big kids. In 3.5 hours of running point, Tim decided to come up for air and trust Jackie Boy with the mic. Kind of like when Logan Roy let his pet girlfriend audition for ATN. Breathe, inhale, exhale, remove the hair helmet, adjust the diaper, text oatmeal. This was his time to shine. And then one marble mouth take about fast-track bandwagon fans later. And the air got so thick even the mic wanted out. Everyone stared straight ahead, pretending it was fine, knowing full well this was the part where Logan would have leaned forward and said, "What the F are you doing? You're embarrassing yourself, kid." I think someone must have pulled the plug because the next 45 minutes was the "we're on break" splash screen. Best, that's from Mark over here at Mark's Mulch and Bra Emporium.
Mark,
There's a mulch
too
and
long.
bra.
Too long. Edit your remarks.
Stinks.
Mark.
That was Buck Swope.
Before I vote, can I say this word about Design Air?
Please.
Because I know that it's not going to be 85 degrees every day for the rest of the year. Winter is coming, and sooner or later, you're going to really be counting on that furnace, and that's where Design Air Heating and Cooling comes in. They love their reputation as the absolute best HVAC company in St. Louis. They are dedicated to customer satisfaction, unparalleled technical excellence. Did you know Design Air service techs have an average of over 26 years of experience in the heating and cooling industry? They will do you right, as they have been St. Louisan since 1904. Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need. So visit designairservice.com and schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904. And, of course, home of the handsome repairman with Larry the Silver Fox and the Dashing Steve as their headline attractions. Now, as far as this vote, I'm going to go with Midge.
I agree with you, Doug. I was going Midge the whole time.
Love Midge.
Wow, I'm rendered worthless. I was going Shooter McGavin, but Midge has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Congratulations to Midge on the W. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.